This conference will now be recorded.
I would think something like that would contribute. He knows how to tell a story. That's why
You were just a scholarship, so I was impressed.
Good morning, everybody. This is the Taos County Board of Commissioners meeting. It's a regular meeting, November 19th. I'd like to open the meeting. It is 9 o'clock. And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Romero? Commissioner Behill?
Present.
Commissioner Brush?
Present.
Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Here.
Chair Romero?
Present. And we'll move to an inspirational devotion. Does anyone have an inspirational devotion? Okay, I would just say, Lord, bless this meeting of the Taos County Commissions. May we reflect on our obligations, and may we remember our actions through the example of the good, the wise, and the just. And we move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Mascareñas.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you. And we move now to approval of the agenda. We do have a lengthy agenda today. We have like 3 public hearings and 3 presentations, so we'll be here for a while.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brush.
I'd like to move approval of today's agenda with one minor edit. Under 8B, we have approval of the November 11th, 2024 special meeting minutes. That should actually be November 13th, 2024 special meeting minutes.
Okay, with that,
I'll second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Brush and second by Commissioner Mascareñas to approve the agenda with a minor clarification. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Behill?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. And we are at public comment. Is there anyone in the room today that would like to speak to the public, speak to the commissioners on any topic? Have 3 minutes. And if you do want to speak later on the public hearings, if you would just hold on that. Is there anyone at this time that would just like to speak to any topic in general? Seeing no one, we'll move then to the next item on the agenda, which is okay, I guess it's, we already did the salute. It's 8 minutes, approval of the October 29th, 2024 regular meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the October 29th, 2024 minutes.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Brush, second by Commissioner Miguel Romero to approve the minutes of October 29th. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes, and we move to B, which is approval of the November, this is that the correct date?
November 3rd.
So it would be November 13th, 2024, special meeting minutes.
Move to approve?
Motion by Commissioner Vehil to approve,
Second.
second by Commissioner Mascarenhas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. And we are now at the resolutions and ordinances. A is the discussion, consideration, and decision regarding the approval of resolution number 2024-49, a resolution adopting the County of Taos support of the green hydrogen project in Cuesta, New Mexico. Mr. Luis Reyes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning, staff and the public. Today, I'd like to request your support for Kit Carson Electric's green hydrogen project. Maybe to give you a little background, back in 2016, when Kit Carson separated from its power supplier, there was a couple of reasons we did that. One was affordability. We had experienced about 10 rate increases in 12 years from our power supplier then. And we're also limited by the amount of renewable energy that we could put on our system. And I think at least many in Taos County understand the impacts of climate change and what has happened and what we think will happen going in the future. And also with the change in Washington, I think a lot of things are going to have to be done locally if we're going to meet our goals, especially on climate reduction, economic development, and renewable energy. And so we made that separation from 2016 to 2022. Kit Carson has built or entered in agreements for about 18 to 20 solar facilities that serve all our members in 3 counties. And in July of 2022, we became 100% daytime solar, probably the first utility in the country to achieve that with facilities within our footprint. It could be easy to buy solar or wind from 100 miles away, but the impacts of economic development and really ownership, the members owning this type of energy that can't be taken away from us. And we do start to now make an impact on our community. We haven't started, so we will continue that. We do have a project proposed in Amalia, New Mexico. That should go to planning and zoning in a couple of weeks. My expectation it will pass. When that happens, that facility will come online probably about this time next year. That will be a 10 megawatt facility, which will take Kit Carson's overall portfolio of 53 megawatts of solar. Put that in context, we have a 60 megawatt load. And we have about a 41 megawatt daytime load. So we'll easily exceed the amounts of solar resources we need for our current load and to grow. Additionally, we have started to add battery storage to our system. So that does a couple of things for us. It builds in resiliency, reliability, but also starts to take the solar footprint into the nighttime, where you store during the daytime and release that solar energy through batteries at nighttime. I think the other thing that the co-op is concerned about and is working with the county very closely is wildfire mitigation. And I think that can be understated, and the value of batteries and solar energy tied to that. So we also have 3 microgrids that we're planning in the area, in the Taos, Peñasco, and east or west in El Rito. And it's really to start getting a more smart grid, but to address the wildfire issues. And in concept, when we can predict a wildfire, at least something falling on a line de-energize the lines, make sure the community has power, and it gives the leaders such as yourself some time to make some decisions of what do you do and how do we address that situation. I think storage is also important because as we move forward, kind of in this new world, there's a lot of things that we do from home now, kind of the post-COVID. People work from home. One of our concerns and what we're trying to address is the amount of people who have medical devices that are mobile now and require electricity to operate. And we all know someone who's in that situation, whether it's an oxygen machine, a CPAP machine, dialysis. And so the co-op with its partner in Taos County is trying to address that issue. And you're gonna have, the only way to really do it is through storage. It always is interesting as wildfire is such a big issue for us that if you go into the kind of the upper part of like Upper Red River in those areas that are more susceptible to outages, and this is a correlation to the importance of batteries, is their backup power is a gas generator. And does it make sense to me that if you're trying to fight fire and you have 20 gas generators in a fire zone, why aren't we just taking those out and still having backup service, but with storage? It's more manageable. It's more intelligent in the sense that we can actually communicate with it through our fiber. But I think those are the things that we're trying to build up to make a more resilient grid. And kind of the centerpiece of what we're working with, and we've been working with, Brent when he was on, he's still on the city council. But when Chevron closed in 2014, in many sense, economically it devastated just not the community of Cuesta, but Taos County. You had 300 jobs, all the support for that facility, the legacy in 100 years of mining gone with one vote of a company out of, Chevron. And so we have been working with the different administrations for the past 10 years to determine how can we help recreate Cuesta. And our solution has been renewable energy. And so at the tailings facility, we are proposing a green hydrogen project. And basically it's to take reclaimed water that you wouldn't drink, clean it up to a state that we can use to an electrolysis process, basically water splitting, making hydrogen gas and oxygen, storing that hydrogen in facilities on site, above ground, and then when we need the power, release it to fuel cells. So there's no combustion, yet you get power delivered at the time we need it for the area. We are proposing 16 to 24 hour of storage. Put that in context, today, a utility scale battery is about 4 hours. Then after 4 hours, you have to recharge it somehow. So you recharge it either through the grid or through some kind of external power supply. This will hopefully start to kind of vitalize the Quest area as far as making a clean energy hub. The Village of Cuesta does have an industrial park there that has opportunities for like-minded businesses who want to manufacture with green energy to relocate, and it gives the leaders of that community many options to reestablish themselves within the community from an economic development perspective. I think the other reason that it's important to support this initiative is, Cuesta is between two Superfund sites. So, you have the tailings on one side, you have the mine on one side, but it's also surrounded with natural beauty. You have the national monuments, you have the Columbine Wilderness, you have the Wheeler Peak Wilderness, and you have the Taos Pueblo Wilderness. So I think as I try to wrap all this into one, we're trying to address the climate issue. We're trying to create jobs for economic development. We're trying to bring resiliency so that we can address the conditions post-COVID lifestyles that we have now embraced, I guess. and also bring reliable energy supply to Kit Carson's members. And I'll close that in 2016, when Kit Carson left its power supply, we were about 90% coal and natural gas. With our solar, we've reduced that by about 40%. So Kit Carson has reduced the carbon footprint from an energy perspective by 40%. This project adds an additional 50%. So if you look at what our energy profile was in 2016 to what it would be in 2028, it will be 90% from a fossil fuel environment to a clean energy environment. And the lights shine just as bright with solar as they do with any other fuel source, but it's local and it belongs to the members of Kit Carson. And so with that summary, I would ask for support for this project for those various reasons. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Vehil.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Sounds great. So when it's all said and done, what is the cost to the members? Do you have any idea what members will be paying?
Chair, Commissioner, that we haven't finalized, mainly because we are looking for funding sources. So far, this project has been awarded a $96 million grant. The entire project, it's Cuesta, it's Taos, and it's Peñasco. So there's 3 projects. It's about a $200 million project. The next step would be to try to get the tax credits that are eligible for this project. To give you an example, under the current IRA, the co-op would be eligible for what is called direct pay, which is a 30% direct payment to the project. So if the project costs 200 and you take 30% of that, we'd be eligible for 60 million in a direct pay, another grant. So that would take us about 150. I wish that the price of red would only gone up twice in 32 years. At some point, we're going to have to
I'm young, but ahead of everyone else. Thank you.
On that note, I move to approve resolution number 2024-49.
Okay, we have a motion by
To continue through Brent to report back to the commission. Have a good meeting.
Thank you. We move to B, which is discussion, consideration, and decision regarding the approval of resolution number 2024-50, a resolution for the adoption of required community development block grant policies and certifications replacing resolution 2023-49. Mr. Chris Madrid.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Every year around this time, we have to produce a resolution that lets the federal government know that we meet our qualifications for CDBG. So this is that standard resolution. Right now, we have actually two CDBG projects ongoing. One is the historic courthouse, and I'm pleased to report that we're going to be closing that CDBG here before the end of the year. And that's going to allow us to go after another CDBG. And that was for ADA construction at the courthouse, but that extra, I think it turned out to be about $1 million, was very helpful in helping us finance that particular project. The second one is an economic development CDBG. That one's a little bit different. Usually you can only have one CDBG, but if it's an economic development, then you can have more than one. There, we have to produce 16 jobs to comply with the requirements of that CDBG. And I'm pleased to report that we have over 30 jobs that have been created for the residential treatment center that's been ongoing in our community. And that one, we won't finish that construction for about another 6 months or so. But importantly, the jobs are there. This CDBG, you'll note that the jobs report is blank. We do know that we've created over 30 jobs. I'm waiting for the detail from our partner, New Mexico Wellness, is providing us that data. They gave me the job numbers, but I need them to give me the specific information to fill this. So the request here is not approval, but the request here is authorization of the chair to approve once we've properly filled out this form. I stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Madrid?
Motion to approve?
We have a motion by Commissioner Vehil for approval. Is there a second?
I will second the motion to approve, granting the chair authorization to sign off on this when we have those numbers.
Thank you, Commissioner Brush. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this one? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question to clarify, just for the community here listening with us. The residential treatment center is the former Super 8.
The former Days Inn.
Days Inn, right?
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure that people are aware, because that project has been going on for 3 years. I mean, it's no longer going on, it is operational, so thank you for your work on that.
Services have been provided for at least the last 2 years. We have upwards of 70 beds. I'm not sure we're still under construction, so there's probably around 50 to 60 beds right now. And if I talk to our health department, it's been very helpful to have a place to send folks that need help.
Thank you, Mr. Madrid and Chair Romero. I just wanted folks to be aware of what's happening out there. Thank you.
Thank you. And we move to 9C, which is discussion, consideration, and decision regarding the approval of resolution 2024-51, amending Appendix 1 of Ordinance 2020-6, adopted by Taos County Resolution 2024-443. Mr. Edward Martinez, I guess it's Mr. Jason Silva.
Hello. Commissioners, good morning. Chair Romero, fellow commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to present today. Mr. Martinez
Yeah, you shouldn't have to enter your name.
Reestablished all our transfer stations, so he wasn't able to make it today, so I'll be presenting on his behalf. So this is just, there was an amendment to the Appendix 1 for the solid waste increases that will be adjusted for this upcoming January 1. So there's just a little change in the way it was written on how we were maintaining the same process of creating this of installments of four quarterly installments. So the way the first resolution read that was presented to you a couple months ago didn't quite make sense. So we redrafted it to make sure that this is going to be on the final, the bill that would be presented to the commission, to the constituents that would be received at this upcoming next month that they will be seeing. So I just wanted to, all it is just some verbiage. It wasn't clear, so I just wanted to change it up and then provide that for you just to see. And then at this point, it's going out to our publication company that sends out the bills. So that's pretty much the extent of it. If you have any questions, and then there will be another component of this that's going to support our indigent population that we're still working on, that I'm going to have the attorneys going to be reviewing it, and then this will come before the commission as well. But that's going to be set at a later date. But it's not going to affect our billing cycle.
All right. Okay, I see. I got you. Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve Resolution 2024-51, amending Appendix I of Ordinance 2026-6.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Vehil, second by Commissioner Mascarenhas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero? Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Rush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Thank you, Jason. Move to 10, which are presentations. And our first presentation is by the Taos Housing Partnership. It is by the Executive Director, Lisa O'Brien.
Good morning, Commissioner Romero, commissioners.
Good morning.
Again, Lisa O'Brien, Taos Housing Partnership. I believe the last time I presented was about 6 months ago. And I'll tell you that this month for Taos Housing Partnership and for me, it's sort of on the road trip tour of a media campaign. So I did do a presentation last week with the town of Taos. I'm presenting this morning. I'm up in the Ski Valley today. We're doing the village of Cuesta next week, and we've got a lot kind of moving. And I saw many of you last week at the Taos County Association of Realtors. So some of this may be sort of the second or third time you've heard it, but I think it's all okay. I realized today that this slide deck may not have gotten to you. So just to let you know, I will send that to you because I'm going to move through some of this stuff fairly quickly because I know you have a really big agenda. Oh, thank you. I was like, I was going to do it. Rudy, if you could just move to the first slide. I want to talk just very quickly. This is sort of the agenda topic for today's presentation. Want to talk about Taos Housing Partnership's role in community. The real reason I'm here is to show a couple of our media campaign videos and to highlight why we did that. A very quick opportunity to go through Taos Housing Partnership agency updates, a little bit of information on our home buyer education classes, which we are well underway with, and then just what 2025 looks like for Taos Housing Partnership. I want to say from the very beginning, I always talk about the leadership team that came together and the conversations that started around COVID, around housing, and that's how Taos Housing Partnership started. I realized this week that actually the first big decision that happened was when Taos County and the town of Taos came together and signed a joint resolution. So I think I'm going to kind of go back to some of that document as we go back into and move into 2025. I think there's always that good memory pathway of how we got here and how Taos Housing Partnership came to be. So Taos Housing Partnership's role, if we could go to the next slide, I remember when I first started and I kept saying, Taos Housing Partnership is not going to build houses. And I got a lot of flack in community from that, going like, well, I thought that's what you were going to do. This next slide, if you could advance for me, Rudy, this is what we come down to, sort of the really nitty gritty stuff of what Taos Housing Partnership is and how we're going to work in this arena of affordable housing in particular. So you'll see on the bottom, I said that we are not a builder or a developer. The work that we do in community is sort of these high-level things. We're trying to be sort of that community liaison, both with private developers, with builders, with government, with financing institutions. And that's the role that I have, is really kind of trying to capture the interest in how do we get something and many things moving forward. I will tell you, I'm in a lot of conversations right now with developers. Folks want to come to Taos. They want to help with our solutions on building and figuring out what that is. They're trying to figure out, are we right? Are things ready in this community for that to happen? So I do want to give you some positive notes that even though there's nothing really happening yet, or it feels that way, there's a lot happening in the background. So I can't stress that enough. We are moving into managing our homebuyer education class. That will lead into a second down payment assistance program. Luis Reyes talked about his project at Kit Carson Electric. We have got to figure out how we're dealing with gaps in projects, gaps in home ownership, and that's what Taos Housing Partnership is also set up to do, is to start figuring out how we go from those really high costs of current housing and getting folks in on something that they can afford. We're also in that role both with government entities, with nonprofits, with developers, with builders, about bringing in technical legal support to help us all do better in this work. So that's a big piece. If we can go onto the next slide, just our media campaign, which is really what I want to highlight today. I've been on board for about 18 months. I realized very quickly when we came into this work that community engagement, community education, and community dialogue needed to happen. And we needed to go about 10 steps backwards. So we went out and said, all right, what would a media campaign look like? I hear from community, and I'm really glad to see that James Kaiser is here from the hospital, because it started with this conversation. It's we want a healthy, robust, stable community. Meaning, we want a strong healthcare system that doesn't have vacancies. We want school districts that don't have long-term subs. We have to address our housing issues. So we started to take some steps back and said, great, why does housing matter? And we kind of framed it around that. As a new nonprofit, I had a lot of folks from the community say, we want to help. And one of those organizations was the Taos County Association of Realtors. And Mary who was the president at the time, said, I want to get Taos Housing Partnership money. And I, as an executive director, was going like, great, but we're not ready yet. So we figured out what that space was, and Taos County Association of Realtors got us in touch with the National Association, and we did get a grant to do the media campaign. The cool thing about it is we went on contract with True Kids, one amazing nonprofit in our community that is engaging youth in our community around video production, media, and we went to them and said, you help us. So this was not Taos Housing Partnership going out with a script, and this is what we want people to say. We sat down at the table with our youth leaders and community, and they helped us map this out. We had 35 individuals who participated. We invited probably about 45 folks to participate in those videos, and we went with who came back and said, yes, I'm in. So I do want to thank Commissioner Vigil, Commissioner Brush, James Kaiser I mentioned, Luis Reyes was here earlier. They were some of our, they're part of our media film stars in this community. So here I am on this coordinated dissemination plan that I'm on the road now, kind of getting the videos out. The next slide we can skip. What we did is we grouped things just with what naturally came out. So again, this was not Taos Housing Partnership going out and saying, okay, will you please answer these 5 questions? questions. They were open taped interviews, and then True Kids 1 kind of did all of their magic. So if you can think about 35 people who did a 15-minute video, it was a lot of content. They narrowed it down to this. So this is our first one, and this is question 3. What are our housing problems and how can we fix them?
People are really passionate, caring, they're really generous in a way that policy can't always reflect. The hope is that we can get all that care and belonging and togetherness and create policies that can at least capture that intent. As complex as we know that the housing crisis is, I think we need to be patient with each other. I've been in government for over 34 years, and I know firsthand that it takes time.
If I could do one thing, it would be to create sustained political will to do big things around housing.
We really need the public partners at the table every step of the way, providing those resources. We need some extra help from the private sector.
That's what it's going to take, is who brings what to the table to move something big, visionary forward. This is the moment where it's like all hands on deck. Everyone is going to have to roll up their sleeves.
The pandemic hit, and that really created a situation that we weren't expecting. The contractors all of a sudden were busier than they could ever think of.
Since COVID, I think it's become more and more difficult for locals to attain home ownership. And we know that home ownership truly is a cornerstone for long-term financial stability.
I think the massive challenge in Taos is finding pathways to home ownership for working families, teachers, nurses, police officers, generally people who don't qualify for low-income housing tax credit properties, but don't make enough to buy a home on one.
That's where I think Taos Housing Partnership is going to be instrumental for the down payment assistance to get that average median income or low to moderate income earners to qualify for a home.
Each and every type of housing brings a different hurdle. The way that you get more affordable housing built is you have to incentivize it in the market. The ways that we incentivize housing is by taking out the risk for developers, having local governments designate areas where they want housing to be built. They can provide it free. They can do leases for housing.
When you play musical chairs, there's always somebody that's not able to get a chair, and they're like maybe the slowest, or they were distracted, or something happened. Housing works like that. But if you have enough housing, nobody loses out.
Thanks, Anissa. Good stuff. What you saw there is a lot of the folks who have been working with Taos Housing Partnership in the last 2 years. And I hope that what we can do with these media videos is really just start pushing them out, and that they're great reminders to all of us that it is all hands on deck, that every single one of us in this room has an opportunity to be part of the solution that we need in this community. I will show one more video, but I'm just going to go through some Taos Housing Partnership updates. As I said, we did obtain our 501c3 in March. We fast-tracked that with the IRS. If you can imagine that happens, it's always really fun to say that. We continue to have Project Moxie on contract with us. So one of the things that we know as a small community, we don't have the expertise. We don't always have the depth and breadth of knowledge, and that's not because we don't want to have it. It's just that we're small and we're all working at capacity. So Project Moxie, you saw Jen in the video. She's been with this partnership from day one, and she is still she's part of our team. So Alexandra is here with me as our community engagement contractor, and we have a lot of folks that we work with on contracts. So even though we're a small organization in terms of staffing, I've got a lot of tendrils, octopus legs out with a whole lot of support. We just recently received about $280,000 in operational support. I cannot tell you how incredible that is as a nonprofit director to have it be unrestricted. So we're going to be moving into 2025 with some probably some fundraising development efforts, and also really building up our staff so we can kind of start moving this work a little faster. Along with Ancorum Health Foundation's grant, they have allocated a senior fellow to be assigned to Taos Housing Housing Partnership. That fellow, her name is Lo Marcoline. She is an employee of Ancorum Health Foundation in Santa Fe, but she's with Taos Housing Partnership about 12 to 15 hours a week, and that just started this week. So again, another example of sort of that teamwork approach of how we're all going to kind of start moving this stuff forward. Community engagement is a huge piece for us, and that's, I have one whole slide on that. And then just to the point of wanting to really explore land acquisition, because things take a long time. Taos Housing Partnership is actively looking at sites right now. We have about 3 projects that we're kind of going, wonder what this could be. It's possible that Taos Housing Partnership will purchase a piece of land or go under contract to get something moving. So Doug Patterson, many of us know, is an architect in town. He's on a small contract with Taos Housing Partnership to do some of that initial site review. Nothing that we do in this realm around a low-income tax credit project, getting anything sort of up and out of the ground takes an awful lot of effort and a whole lot of steps. So we're trying to work as much as we can on the front end to get some of that stuff moving forward to see what we can do. This next slide is on our home buyer education classes. We are not HUD certified, and in order to do home buyer education classes that are then directly tied to down payment assistance programming, meaning money subsidy to help get that gap down, we need to partner with an organization that is HUD certified. And HomeWise is in Santa Fe. They've been doing this work for 30 years. We've completed 2 classes so far. We've had 26 attendees, combination in both those classes. I know those numbers seem really small, but this is again that stuff of we're starting at 0. And we need to just start moving the train. So some of this is going to be a little bit of program, a little bit of effort, a lot of effort on this way to get sort of some muscle memory going. We do have a working agreement in place to share clients. It was important for us when we started this home buyer education program that we didn't just hand it off to HomeWise in Santa Fe, that we know we have to build those relationships with the folks taking those classes. So this is a working that we're working out with HomeWise, and they've been fantastic with us. So we're just starting to move into that. I do want to stress that 26 people. It's also important to know that the national statistics and statewide statistics are pretty clear that about 1/3 of people who go through a home buyer education class actually come out the other end, which may be 18, 24 months, and actually become a home owner. So I have to level set that constantly. When we say 26 people attended, that doesn't mean those 26 folks who attended are going to own a home in 18 months. So we have to always remember that. What I will say is that education class, that curriculum, is extremely valuable because folks are learning about budgeting. They're learning about what you have to do to become a homeowner and then what you have to do to continue to be a homeowner. So some folks may choose to not go that path, and we need to be completely supportive of that. Remember that 26 folks that took that class, they walked out with stuff that was very important to them around financing.
I'm sorry?
So just a couple other things, because I know Commissioner Vigil, you've asked a lot of questions, and I appreciate that over time about, what the statistics are. So again, our partnership with Ancorum and with HomeWise, we have this great opportunity to go, okay, great, what have you learned? So not so much what you've learned, but also how do we make sure we're setting really, really well. So we're already doing some of the data collection with the 26 people who have attended. And these are some of those highlights. We did a big effort on the outreach end because we realized putting flyers up in town, it sounds kind of boring. Who wants to take home buyer education class? I don't know. So we went to some of our big famous favorite partners. We went to the county, we went to the town, we went to James, we went to UNM and said, help us get your folks there. Taos Ski Valley had, I think, half the attendance from the last session we did in September were from Taos Ski Valley. So we're kind of going to employers to say, help us get those folks to classes. 83% of those attendees have not tried to buy a home previously. This is the market. This was the group that we were anticipating we were going to be serving from the beginning. Commissioner Vihil, to your question about can folks get down payment assistance or assistance with construction loans through this, it doesn't seem to be an easy pathway, and that 86% of the folks that attended a class do not own land. So we're talking about folks who are in that rental situation. 58% currently live in Taos County, and 75% of them want to live in Taos County. So if you saw my presentation at the town, those numbers don't jive, and that's because people were checking off, yes, I want to live in the town of Taos, and yes, I want to live in Taos County. We have folks that want to stay here, and that's the population that we're really focused on. The next slide is just that one. We're always talking about what's that target. So if we look at that very bottom list of 120% area median income, this is an example. So a family of 4 at 120% AMI, we're looking at income levels, annual income levels of a little bit over $77,000. This is the gap, because we know we cannot get houses built at the price point we need to serve that client. So this is our challenge. So the next slide is community engagement activities. We all signed off, town did, county did, Taos Housing Partnership did, signed off on that 3-year roadmap. And that's my organization's marching orders of this is what you're going to work on for the next 3 years. So as we go into 2025, I'm considering that year 2. So we're finishing up with year 1. The community engagement activities were the 4 bold things on the top. Those were the things we all said this is what needed to happen. The things on the bottom are all the things that Alexandra and I have added. And it's partly because as we've learned on this path and we've listened, these are the things that also needed to sort of come forward. So we are now facilitating the Housing Action Team, which is part of 100% community. We're doing a quarterly tenant rights workshop with New Mexico Legal Aid. This came out really early on. Folks needed help with some of our rental situations that weren't great, and folks didn't know what their rights were and didn't know what to do. So it wasn't something that Taos Housing Partnership was going to take on. So we approached New Mexico Legal Aid and said, let's partner on this. So we do the media, we provide the refreshments, we kind of get everything sort of organized, and New Mexico Legal Aid comes in. We had a second session on Thursday last week that Alexandra did, and the way those are set up, it's a presentation, and then there's clinic hours. So we literally are offering those folks that are having very significant challenges with their rental situation is that they're getting legal advice on what to do. That will continue into next year as well. Alexandra started a housing advocacy discussion group in June, and this was one of those things of like, yeah, let's try it. It's a monthly meeting. It is an open discussion. There isn't a speaker, so we don't have an agenda for it other than Alexandra's coming prepared with some questions or some topics. What we're finding in 6 months of her hosting those is that a lot of the conversation that's coming up in planning and zoning hearing discussions and decisions are kind of landing at the housing advocacy discussion group. So it's an opportunity for us to kind of start feeling out, listen to the community about what's coming up, and hopefully that's going to help, that will help us as we move forward into 2025. And we also have a monthly e-newsletter. I think we have 260 people on our newsletter, or our list. I'm really happy about that. So new organization, building all this stuff from the ground up. Our next slide is my last slide before I show the last video, and it's next steps for 2025. Organizational goals, it's all the boring stuff. This is the stuff that I have to do in order to be a solid, moving forward, sustainable, credible organization. So these are the things that we're working on for this coming year. We're going to get Alexandra into a part-time position. This is part of our staffing growth moving up. I'm really pleased to say that with my presentation at the Taos County Association of Realtors Luncheon, it looks like we have office space. So I can already check that one one-off for 2025. Building out our donor base to establish long-term sustainability. I cannot be an organization that relies 100% on the incredible gifts from the Inform Health Foundation. And I also have to start demonstrating as a nonprofit that we meet the public support test with the IRS. I have one donor in this room, and I'm not going to say who that is, but we're slowly kind of moving in those directions, and it's great. We will be, probably by the end of this year, 1st of January, have a land donation program policy procedure in place. What that will do is allow folks from our community to donate land. Doesn't mean give me everything. There will be a process for us to sort of review things against that metric of, is it suitable for housing? What can we put on it? And then working with that donor directly on tax credits. There's a lot happening right now in regional housing policy discussions, and I'll tell you, since the election results last week, that has intensified even more. There's a lot of conversations happening across the state about what are we in for and what do we need to start gearing up for. So I'm sure you've had those conversations yourself. And then the next thing is I've got to bring in the money to get that down payment mortgage program up and running. Our programmatic commitments this year, we will continue to have a quarterly homebuyer education class calendar that will probably be set in early January. And I'm really looking forward to a robust community engagement calendar. So we're looking at a speaker series. We're looking at hopefully partnering with the Taos News for a monthly column on housing topics. And we're helping frame that with a community ad hoc committee that is elected officials, both from the town and the county, to kind of help us frame how we're all thinking about what we're doing around housing and housing moving forward. And as I said, we are looking at a couple of sites right now, and the site reviews that we're doing are specifically to look at sponsoring a low-income tax credit project. Those would be for rental units. Those are not homeowner or home buyer situations. So those are the things you can expect from Taos Housing Partnership as we move into this. And as we finalize with video 5, this is the if you had the magic wand question that did come up. So it's our last video to show today.
I think if Taos had the housing that we needed at the levels that people can afford, it would really transform this community. We would be able to recruit and retain the workforce that we need. I foresee that we would have a lot less homeless people. There would be a lot less families living in cars.
There'd be a lot less stress in the people I know. I think people will be able to spend more time with their families.
We would have more things for young people to do, reasons for them to come back. Taos could be a beacon of hope. I think it could be an example of what a sustainable, equitable place could look like that not only considers economics and profit margins, but also the people who make it the place that it is.
I think that we'd have healthy individuals. We all know that housing is vital, it's necessary for health, and I think that we could see a much more vibrant, healthy community.
One of my biggest dreams, besides starting growing my own food on my land, was having some housing available for anyone who is going through anything, so they have a safe place to stay for the night or for the week. There's a lack of people being able to help because they're just working so hard to make their ends meet. So I think that we see a lot of people helping each other out. If I had a magic wand for housing, I would wave it over some of the open spaces we have in our more dense places. And I would instantly have lovely homes sprout up, a mix of them, and they would all be resilient, energy efficient, and prepared for the climate situation that we're facing.
Just think about what it would mean to have a hospital that was fully staffed, to have our educational institutions fully staffed, full-time teachers in every classroom instead of substitutes, qualified teachers and professors at UNM, a town and county government that have fully staffed departments that are able to provide services to the community, it could be huge.
Is it easy? Nope, it's gonna be hard. And we're gonna be wiping sweat off our brow and we're gonna be lamenting about how hard it is. But at some point, we're gonna have to deal with the challenges, which are, we have to build someplace. And how are we gonna tackle that?
So that is my presentation for today, and I do stand for questions if you have anything jumping off the page.
I guess we have no.
Just a big thank you, just a big thank you for all that you're doing. Appreciate it.
Now we're just going to watch YouTube for the, thank you for that.
Commissioner Rush does have one question.
Just one thing. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for the work you're doing. I know it's often like kind of behind the scenes, like trying to connect those dots, but I think we're fortunate to have somebody focused on this all the time. But you talk about community engagement, which sounds like something we all want all the time, but it also sounds kind of like broad and vague. I'm wondering if you could just share the example of the speaker that you all brought in late last month that I know some of us were able to listen to, and how maybe we can bring in more of those kinds of conversations like around different parts of the county.
Thank you for that question, because I had a note on my notes to mention that. We had a speaker, Carlos Guimora, who is a land use planner out of Albuquerque, and he works with a company called Sites Southwest. And I got in touch with Carlos because I was trying to have a conversation with Daniel Werwath, who is also in our video, who works at the governor's office now, about how do we have this conversation around density, and I'm going to say the big D word, and everybody kind of goes, ugh. But there's some basic economics to, if you have one lot and you put one house on it, you have one house on one lot. If we start thinking about, wow, what would that look like if it was 2 or 3 or 4, you've got a very different economic model. The cost for the folks moving into those 3 or 4 units goes down, and you end up having some shared resources that maybe the water usage isn't as much. I'm not going to say that that is the case, but that's where the conversation started. So we got in touch with Carlos Guimora. He came up as part of our fourth, one of our quarterly sessions. We had it at the Harvard Museum because we wanted a big screen, and Carlos came in, and we had probably 70 folks there. The takeaways that we've had from it, what I've heard from community was like, wow, I had no idea that if we start talking about housing across a whole spectrum, it impacts every single piece. So I think back on when I finished school, I moved back home because I couldn't afford, I wasn't ready to like do my thing yet. And then when I was ready, then I had the next rung up. I could then rent an apartment, and then I did the next step up. So when we talk about housing just in that spectrum, it's like we really have to think about housing it all along the pathway, because it impacts the person moving into that next space. So Carlos came, great buzz, everybody wants him to come back. So part of what we're looking at is, okay, what are the topics? What does this community want preparation around? And then how can Taos Housing Partnership help bring those expertise and those voices forward? And not just, I think this is the fun part, is community engagement is not just someone presenting a PowerPoint presentation for an hour and a half and then leaving, but how are we then taking that down? So is there a learning opportunity, training opportunity for planning department staff if there's interest there? Do we take it to elected officials? Because we have to think about this stuff at all of the sectors. So part of our engagement strategy for this year is to say, let's get the team together. We've put together a community engagement ad hoc committee that is that the Taos Housing Partnership Board of Directors said yes to. And what I want to do is say, great, Taos County, what are you working on this year? So if we want to do short-term rental ordinances, and you hear me say we, how do we prepare for that? So how do we start having some conversations on the front end so that hopefully when things come to an elected decision-making moment, we don't have sort of like what we've had often. I didn't know, nobody told me, what does this mean? So that's what we're looking for, is how do we do this on a collective way and prepare it and then take it into the different pockets that we have. So I think it's the multi-pronged strategy of speakers, trainings, open dialogue, media, newspaper stuff, and all of it. So that's what we're committed to, because I know we all have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn. Our staff has a lot to learn. Our community has, there's a lot of opportunity to have conversation. So that's what we're looking for 2025 is how do we do it deeper and how do we do it in a thoughtful way? That answers that. And I will say, if everyone in this room goes to Taos Housing Partnership's website, we have that Carlos's presentation is on our website. It's the commitment that we made. So we're contracting with True Kids One again to pay for them to do both a live feed and also to have that taped so folks can see it. I encourage you. It's a very thought-provoking discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Housing is one of the biggest challenges the community faces. So thank you for what you do.
I agree. Thank you. Thanks.
And we move to the next presentation, which is a presentation from Holy Cross Holy Cross Medical Center regarding financial quarterly report, recruitment update. And there will be Mr. James Kaiser, CEO, Connie Pruitt, CFO, and Vivian Santisteban, Human Resource Director. So, Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you, Chair Romero, Commissioners, County Manager Jaramillo. We'll be brief in our presentations, but we will take the time necessary to field any questions you may have. Connie will give a brief financial quarterly update, and Vivian Santistebans will share our Team Taos initiative to recruit and hire local and to reduce our dependency on travelers. And she's done some remarkable work, which in many parts was initiated by both the town and the county, encouraging Holy Cross to move in that direction. Then I'll give a brief background and context for our medical office complex and introduce you to Brent Murray, our architect. So I'll lay it up to Connie and Vivian.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Good morning. So I did kind of condense my presentation this month just because I knew you had a lot on your agenda. But if there's anything that I haven't provided that you've seen in the past, more than happy to have that sent along. So is someone doing this for me or this one? Great. So this is our income statement, and this is through September. So this is kind of our first quarter plus 1 month. And so when we look at our year-to-date actual compared to our year-to-date budget, on our gross patient revenue, we're at 55.7 million. Our budget was to be at 57.3. So we are running under budget 1.5. So we have seen a little bit of dip in our inpatient volume so far for the first 4 months in advance of what we had anticipated. We also know that part of that gross revenue number is related to our surgeries. Now, when you see our stats, our surgeries are actually very comparable to our budget, but our revenue per surgery is actually down quite a bit. And that just has to do with the mix of surgeries that we're actually seeing. Some surgeries have a much higher cost and revenue associated with it than a lower surgery. Thank you. The next line item is our deductions and bad debt. And that is really related to what is the amount that we write off for our insurance contracts and our bad debt expense. What is that as a percentage? And so currently we're running at 54.6%, which means for every dollar that we put on of gross revenue, off the top, we're writing off 54.6 cents related to that dollar of gross revenue. And again, that's very dependent on what is your payer mix for the month and then year to date. Our budget was to be at 54. So that 0.6%, it sounds like a little amount, but that's actually a negative to our bottom line of $335,000. So that's the impact that your contractuals can make. So then our operating revenue, we're at 27.9 million. Budget was to be at 29.3. Overall, in our operating expenses, we're at 28.5 million. Budget was to be at 30 million. So we are, with the decreased revenue, we are managing some of those operating expenses accordingly, because some of those are variable. If we have less volume, then we should have less fixed overhead. Some of the key items that we look at, Salary, wages, and benefits, we're currently running under budget there by 1.6, but our contract labor is over 658,000. And then our locum tenens, which is really our contract labor for our physicians, we're actually running slightly over by 203,000. So if you bring all three of those line items together, we're currently 757,000 below budget. Now, a key item that we've been talking about, and to reinforce what Vivian's going to talk about, is contract labor. And that was all the contract labor that we were seeing. And that's where we really did a big campaign on how can we get RNs and other staff hired locally so that we're providing Taos jobs and not to our contract labor agency companies. So that 2.2, yes, we are running over budget, 600,000, but that 2.2 compared to fiscal year 24 last year, we were at 3.4 million. And the year before that, we were at 4.1 million. So that'll just support what Vivian's going to show you about the amount of recruitment that we've been able to do back to our Taos community. Another key area that we always look at is supplies. We're at 3.7 million. Budget was to be at 4.3. If we look at it as a percentage, we're running at 6.7%, and budget was to be at 7.6. And a lot of supplies we get through our HPG contract, which is our standard group purchasing option that we have, or organization, and that really does add. The other helpful part that they've been is with the hurricane, we were actually running severely low on our saline solution, and so HPG has been a big resource to how can we get additional saline resources so that we make sure that we're not running out of our key services. And so they've been a big help there as well. So then our non-operating gains and losses were just a little bit shy of our budget by 14,000, and that's really the biggest component of that is our mill levy dollars that we get. So then overall, our net revenue and expenses, we do have a slight loss, almost a break even, but we're at 3,673 loss. Our budget was to have a loss of 164,000. So we are running ahead on our budget by 160,000. So any questions on the income statement? Okay. And then I just wanted to show some key stats. Normally I have some graphs and there's about 20 of them, but again, I condensed it. So the first one is inpatient admission. So we're at 430, budget was to be at 462. So we're under budget by 32. And this is where I said that inpatient revenue, we really are seeing a decrease so far for the first 4 months. But in comparison to prior year, that's also a decrease of 48. Our inpatient days, how many days did the patients spend in the hospital in total? We're at 1,664, so we are under budget there, 268, but we are ahead of where we were prior year by 34. Average daily census, we're running at 13.6, budget was to be at 16.1. We're just a little bit above prior year, which was at 13.3. Newborns, we're at 46, right at budget. We are running a little bit under. Last year we were at 60, so we're 14. I anticipate we run fairly stable from year to year on our newborns, so we should pick up that volume. Laboratory, we're at 92,942, a little bit above our budget, 1,893, and then compared to prior year, we're up 2,378. This is an area that we've been working on. One of our key strategies is to bring in primary care that we employ. So some of our physicians are part of an outside IPA, and so they've been ordering some of their lab work from Quest. And so we weren't able to meet the prices that Quest had. And so by having our own primary care that we employ, that will then add to our ancillary services that we're able to keep into the facility. Imaging, which is all of our services, it's MRI, CT, general x-ray, and then mammography. We're currently at 14,441. We're ahead of budget by 788, ahead of prior year by 1,139. That's great to see. We've got a lot of imaging. We have a new CT scanner, and then as well, our new cardiologist has been able to add a lot of CCTA's studies into the mix. So that's been very beneficial. And that was a big study that patients were having to go elsewhere for. Surgeries, like I said, we're at 901, right at budget, but our average per surgery is down. So we budgeted to be at 10,741. We're actually at 8,777. So our surgeries are the same, but the mix of surgeries is different. So there's high-end orthopedic surgeries runs the highest. So we are down in some of our orthopedic surgery, and that's causing part of that inpatient revenue to be lower than budget as well. And then our ED, this is our big, strong area. We're at 6,288. So we were 625 above our budget. We look back to prior year, we're 531. And again, every year we're seeing exponential growth in the emergency department, which is great to see because that was a big dissatisfier a few years ago from the community, was the services at the ED. Again, all of our ED physicians are board certified, which is amazing to see in a critical access hospital. So proud of the ED work. Days of cash, that's kind of the king stat that we always look at. So we were down a little bit from August, so we're currently at 56. Overall cash then, we're at 14.6 million. We do have a couple of items that we know in October we received 980,000, which was really related to the hospital-based value payment that we received from the state. So that came in October. And then we're also expecting dollars from Senate Bill 161, which was really related to critical access hospitals that are less than 100 days cash. That's a little bit behind. They're putting that program into place. And so we anticipate in December that we'll get our first payment of about 780,000. So we're looking forward to getting all that into play. And then the other thing that I always show then is our Mill Levy 2 funding of what have we spent dollars on. And so I'm just going to flip through the first 4 pages because you've seen this before. So this is just a running tally of all of the assets. But when I get to page 5, since the last time that I presented to now, this is what we've actually purchased as far as capital assets. So bariatric chairs, we had a Phantom Performance kit, which was really related to, we have 2 CT scanners. We have our new CT scanner and then we had our old. So we upgraded that old CT scanner with a performance kit, and then as well, the next line item is a software upgrade. That's great because if one CT scanner goes down, then we always have the backup to be able to do that. We also had a huge backlog of the ability to get patients in. So having that second CT scanner has been beneficial. We also had a Maxi combo oven in our dietary. It broke. The ambulance entrance, the stucco above the ambulance entrance bay, we had to replace that. We had a giant leak, and so it was leaking down and corrupting the front entrance of the building. A storm driveway main entrance repairs, a big wheel stretcher, and that's really for our bariatric patients. The STERRAD sterilizers, and so again, the STERRAD sterilizers, those are what we use in the operating to sterilize all of the operating equipment. We also had some furniture that we needed for diabetes. We did some moving around. We also had a convection gas oven that broke in dietary. And then we had some United Electrical Services that needed to be done, and that was really related to the OR. So the bulk of what we have now, except for the CT, this is really break fix. And so we are kind of in that break fix mode, just holding out. We are waiting for our GRT that's going to be bonded that we'll see later in our fiscal year. That will then release some of the items that are pent up that we're just waiting for in order to be replaced. And then this is just our funding category. So of those dollars that we've spent, $1,975,000 is related to equipment, or 62%. Then we have $625,000 or 19% related to IT. And then we actually have the building, $610,000 or 19% related to the building. So any questions on any of that?
One quick question. What is the percentage of your public funding now compared to your overall budget? And I'm not talking about Medicare, Medicaid, but monies that you received recently through that's public funding. What is the percentage compared to your larger budget?
How much are the county dollars compared to the rest of your budget, both mill levy and grocery receipts tax? I think that's what the chair is asking for.
I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but I can certainly provide that in an email later. Happy to do that.
Okay. That's the only question. Commissioner
Mr.
Brush.
Chair, just one request. Thank you for the presentation. Could we get an electronic version of it? Could it be emailed to us as well so we can go back and refresh our memory and see all the other charts?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I love all the numbers and how you break them down so well, which is why we don't have a lot of questions. So
right.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Vivian.
Commissioner Romero, Commissioners, it's an honor to be here. My name is Vivian Santisteban. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer for Holy Cross Medical Center. I've been there almost 18 months. Born and raised here in Taos. Spent 22 years in the United States Army and then came home, hoping to, find a place where I could use my skill sets. Like a lot of Taoseños, though, you have to leave Taos to get those skill sets, and because we don't have some of the jobs at those levels. And so I spent 12 years on the Navajo Nation working for one of the largest Indian hospitals there, Fort Defiance Indian Hospital, that had converted from an Indian health service to a community-based hospital. And when I came home, thinking I was going to retire, the opportunity to work in my community, for my own community hospital, came forward. And so I was very grateful when Mr. Kaiser offered me the position as Chief Human Resources Officer. And for those of you who may not know this, prior to me coming on board, there were 8 different human resources personnel that ran through the hospital in 10 years. You cannot recruit or retain or even establish a solid human resources department without some sort of stability. So again, very grateful to be in my own community to be able to provide that stability. So let me give you some basic numbers so that you have a sense of where we've been and where we are today. When I started in July of 2023, there were 485 employees. That does make us the largest employer in Taos County. As of yesterday, we have 533 employees working for Holy Cross Medical Center. 85% of the staff that works for Holy Cross are members of the Taos County community. So we have a very stable workforce in that regard. We have individuals who work for the hospital for almost 40 years. And that's, again, just a great testament to how committed our staff are. In March of 2023, before I started, there was a Team Taos initiative. We had so many nurses that had left the organization and had not returned. So the Team Taos initiative was really to recruit and bring back some of these nursing individuals who had gone off to work at Presbyterian or St. Vincent's or work in Los Alamos. Our initiative is
the special projects.
Nurses back, have them come back to the hospital, and that's so that
Start on the
nurse
fund act already. You need just
how much we were spending. It was
till
at one point during COVID, we had 115 traveling nurses. As of this morning, we have 22. So we've been able to dramatically reduce the amount.
Those are done till, I want to say July?
A month. And Connie showed you that in the budgeting process.
Because I haven't seen anything through that's come from my email.
Right now, we have 125 nurses that work for us. We have 38 doctors that are actually contracted with the hospital, not locum. And the perspective of cost, it's not just about saving money. It's about having a stable workforce of local community members who live here and take care of our patients. So it's about providing, those enhanced services that we're going to talk about in a few minutes with our
It's not there yet.
So they
But
haven't.
it's application across the board. Kids have
Yeah, this is
global
where all their, like all the applications that you can do.
and that's something I'm proud of. The second thing I wanted to let the commissioners know is one of my goals for this year is to ensure that we create a
And
mental
give liquidus.
succession plan for our organization. And that would be at the executive level, at the director level, that we are going to be and training our local staff to fill some of these key roles. So at some point in time, we will have a CEO from Holy Cross Medical Center who grew up in our hospital and, was able to go through the right processes to become the CEO of the organization. Not that James is going anywhere in the very near future, but I think that's the goal that we should have in our community. And as a community member, that is one of my goals and my mission is to ensure that we have that stable workforce. So those were all of the things that I wanted to provide and the information to the commissioners this morning. And so subject to your questions, sir, that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Any questions for Vivian?
Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Mr. Kaiser.
I won't get off on a tangent. We'll bring exact specifics, but I do want to follow up on Chair Romero's question about public funding. Just a reminder, and thank goodness for the county support on the mill levy, because we operate at an annual loss of at least $2.5 million, and the mill levy roughly covers that. The grocery tax funding will be starting in probably February, that will be spoken to later, can only be applied to county-owned facilities and much-needed medical equipment that's currently broken or past end of life. So even if those things happen, they can't be applied to operations to hold it together. We still have to purchase supplies, pay our utility bills, and meet and pay competitive salary, wages, and benefits to our staff. So those are things we just need to keep in the context. Just a little background on the medical office complex. I believe perhaps Commissioner Vigil had been there, but Commissioner Romero and Senator Roberto Bobby Gonzalez was at a board meeting, and we were there to recognize them for your contribution. And we had shared that our number one, our core value is response to need. And the number one need on our community health needs assessment was access to primary care and urgent care, and we aren't meeting that currently. So I met with some of our primary care practitioners in the community. I didn't want that to be a threat. And they said, we welcome your recruitment of primary care providers in order to meet demand that we cannot keep pace with. So we estimated at the time we needed at least 6 more primary care practitioners, and it's more like 10. And so we're trying to do that, but we shared at that meeting that we can't find space. I mean, we even went to Sentinel Bank. They had some space, and it just, nothing was working. And Senator Gonzalez said, see him after the meeting, and our head of physician services spoke to him. And as you might know, a Senate bill was passed to allow $15 million for a primary care medical office complex. And County Manager Jaramillo said, that's not going to get you much of a building. That's starting to ring true. So we have another request to the legislature, but we're grateful that the county is willing to be the fiscal agent. I know that creates its own challenges. But Brent's been at our weekly meetings every Monday, and on occasion Chris Madrid that joins, but they've been very supportive. We had, we mentioned some of our CFO mentioned that Senate Bill 161, a rural emergency fund, 12 rural hospitals in New Mexico that are operating below that 100 days cash reserves that are at risk of solvency over time. And the board supported so that we could meet these tight timelines for this Senate bill to have funds encumbered. And the process is, as most of you know, long and arduous. So we've spent almost $2 million out of those precious reserves. We will be, in order to fund design of the facility, so that we can expedite the process. But Brent and his team have Elsa Vigil are working to procure a construction manager, a contractor, within the tight timeline before the next legislative session meets, so we can meet that. criterion. I have with me today Brent Murray with E4H Architects. We had worked with the county, and they had actually done work 10, 12 years ago, and hopefully renovating the county facility. And also there was work on a medical office complex. As many of you know, the hospital is on county property and owned by the county, the building. And so in order to qualify the capital outlay dollars from the state, this too will be on county property that the hospital will transfer ownership to, and it will be a county-owned facility as fiscal agent. But with that, the E4H owed us about 40% of that work, so we brought them back to work on the GRT for renovation of the facility, and in that dialogue asked them to work on this medical office complex. And so I'll let Brent take it over from there. Thank you.
Thank you, James, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here and present while we get the presentation pulled up. So I'm Brent Murray. I'm a registered architect. I work with the E4H, or Environments for Healthcare Architecture, where we solely focus on the healthcare environment. And our team has been working with James and the whole team at Holy Cross to, you're good. To work on the design of this medical office building to make it as flexible as possible, and to be able to meet as much of the program needs for the hospital that we can with the budget that we have. So the very top, yeah. Perfect, thank you. Okay. So the first, we just want to touch base on the schedule. We've had a very aggressive schedule to meet all the timeline requirements of the project. We got kicked off just kind of in late September. We worked through programming of the space to make sure we were meeting the immediate needs and what we could look for in the future. And we've worked through the early schematic design portions. Right now, today, highlighted in red there, just yesterday, we had our design development meeting number 2 that we call, where we are starting to get into more of the details of the room layouts and equipment locations, and start to get things ready so that as we can move into the construction document phase to have a full, set of documents to be able to bid and build from. So we are right on schedule with, this was the initial schedule. We're still right on schedule with that. And as James mentioned, we're working that we would have those construction drawings ready at the very end of January, so that we can use that month of February to work through the bidding and permitting and get the contractor on board. So this is a view of the exterior that we were looking at here for the medical office building. This is just sitting to the kind of southwest. In working with the hospital group, we wanted to create something that was, compatible with the existing campus, but there was also a desire to make it very warm and inviting and to be just a little bit distinct, and to provide a professional office building look that could also help in the wayfinding of knowing that you're coming to this building versus the hospital. So we worked through with a lot of different iterations and with the hospital group, and this is currently the exterior design. We want to provide light into the building, especially this front corridor is really all the public waiting and spaces as you get brought back into the exam rooms and procedure rooms. We also want to be respectful. We're facing the street, but being kind of southwesterly facing to try to provide shade to the windows and to to make it more comfortable on the interior experience. We wanted to really highlight the two entrances, the main entrance to the building where the primary care and some of the rotating specialists that will be within the space for exams, and then on the far side we have our urgent care, which would have possibly extended hours beyond what the rest of the building is, and to have a separate entrance and highlight so that you know where you're coming. So just here's a view, kind of looking up close to the main entry of the building. And then a little bit of a aerial view. Again, here on the corner with the urgent care, where it's kind of treated separately so the rest of the building can be secured off while this is open for extended hours into the space. So a view from the street, kind of looking in at the building, and then towards the back side. We're trying to keep it, the possible expansions later for the hospital and using the ground. We were trying to tuck the building as close in to leave as much ground as possible. And this side of the building would really, just planning for future expansion capability, this side of the building would be coming out possibly, or another building attached to it. So here's the floor plan, and maybe I'll try to walk through a little bit. So the bottom of the page is the front entries, and as we come in, we've got a reception and check-in desk right as you walk in, and then you're directed to the different waiting areas depending upon which visit that you're seeing. The whole facility is kind of laid out in a similar fashion, and we tried to keep all the exam rooms as pretty universal, and so that as scheduling needs change, rooms can be flexed and really used and utilized at a higher basis. Especially as we were looking at it, there was so much more need and program than what the budget could provide, and so we wanted to keep that flexibility. This is kind of a medical office design where we have what we call patient corridors, where the patient is brought back into the exam rooms, and then behind the exam rooms we have the staff work area, which they have their own staff entrance to. So it really maximizes the efficiency of staff being able to bounce between the rooms, be able to touch base on their computer to do charting and noting and pull up what they need before going into the next room and to their next visit. And so it's kind of laid out what we call a pod of exam rooms and those workspaces. And so the urgent care is on the right. It will have a separate x-ray component to it so that they can do those imaging if needed on an urgent care visit. And then the exam rooms and a couple of procedure rooms to do minor procedures within. So we've been, like I said, we're kind of in the design development stage. So as you can see, we've really started to go in and get the equipment for each exam room and location, and really start to try to identify all the equipment, make sure we've got the proper electrical and IT and mechanical design to support everything that we have on the layout here. Here's just a reflected ceiling plan to show proposed lighting, and just to kind of show progress of working with our mechanical and electrical teams for providing all the necessary utilities for the building. So this was primarily from our meetings even just yesterday, where we've again trying to look at each room, and as we start to look at each wall elevation and just get everything a little more detailed as we move into the construction drawings. So mechanically, it'll be serviced by a single rooftop unit, DX unit, and we have, just again to show some of the progress and level of design that we're at, the ductwork plan and going through the building. So we'll be completely compliant with building codes and the FGI healthcare guidelines. So, and that concludes the presentation. If there's any questions? Questions for?
I do have a question. Thank you. How many rooms are going to be in that building?
I have to do the final count, but I believe we're at 37 exam rooms and 6 procedure rooms.
Got it.
I'll verify that, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
That just gives us a general idea.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great.
Okay. Question I have is, as we move into the actual construction phase, and maybe this is actually for Mr. Kaiser or even county manager, how will the process to actually secure a contractor happen? County has to go out on RFP, or I know that's going to require real close collaboration, so I'm glad to see that the county manager is attending your meetings, and as well as our procurement officer.
Chair Romero, members of the commission. So at some point in the future, Holy Cross is going to deed over the acreage necessary for us to construct the building and the parking lot. Brett Murray and his group, they are in the process of obtaining the proper surveyors so we can survey the parcel of land that will be donated to the county. The county, the hospital have met with First New Mexico Title. They're going to be involved in the process to make sure all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed on the transfer of the property. Casey Carlton has already been working with Ms. Vihil on using a state price agreement to find a contractor so we can secure a contractor in the January, February timeframe. And then we're already talking to the state of New Mexico, the Department of Finance Administration, about getting a grant extension on that grant as well. So we have talked with DFA about putting it out to bid or a state price agreement. They still want us to go to a price agreement model. We'd probably get better pricing if we'd actually be able to put it out to bid. I was mispronounced it. E4 Architecture has been working closely with Elsa on that process. So I know they had numerous conversations as well.
Okay. So I understand our construction manager will not be involved. Will there be a project manager on the?
There already is a project manager. What's Emmanuel's company's name?
Ovation Healthcare and JLL.
Ovation Healthcare and JLL is the project manager for this project. So they're under contract with the hospital, and so is E4 Architecture is also under contract with the hospital. The plans, the designs, all that are going to belong to the county, but they're going to be Emmanuel, who's been part of the process since day one, is going to be the project manager, and he's managed other projects similar to this.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Brent. Thank you. Mr. Kaiser.
Yes, again, thank you for your support. I know Chair Romero chaired the nominating committee, and just for awareness, it's comprised of town and village council members that actually nominate and select future board members. And Andres Chavez, a former county commissioner, is one of our newest board members. He's been providing me with some advice and counsel, and I appreciate it.
Chavez is in the.
So he's looking out for everyone's best interest.
Great. Great. Thank you. And we move to the next item, which is a public hearing. It's a public hearing for the discussion, consideration, decision regarding ordinance 2024-7, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of the County of Taos, New Mexico County Hospital Gross Receipts Tax Improvement Revenue Bonds, Series 2024, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $25 million for the purpose of providing funds for designing, constructing and equipping hospital buildings, remodeling, renovating, or making additional to and equipping existing hospital buildings, improving or equipping of the grounds of the hospital buildings. And for this, we have Mr. Chris Muirhead.
Yeah, good morning,
Welcome.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Chris Muirhead with the Model Firm. My partner Ian Bearden and Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets. We're your consultants working on this transaction for you. Thanks for having us this morning. This ordinance in front of you is the next step, and I've been in front of you a couple times recently in the last few months with an intent resolution and some other presentations, is the kind of the significant step that the county commission is going to take to approve issuing the bonds, incurring the debt for this project. It does, as indicated in the title, authorize hospital gross receipts tax bonds in a maximum amount of $25 million. At the time of pricing of the bonds and setting that, we will then come back with through the county manager or the county manager or the county commission chair to accept the final terms. And this resolution, this ordinance delegates that authority to them to accept the final terms. The delay is that the lender in this situation is New Mexico Finance Authority. Given the size of this loan, which is going to be 20 million plus, they issue their own debt and then they pass that on to the county. So we have to work through them, and they do that, which is going to be in January, early February of 2025. At that point, we would then have the final terms that would be accepted by the county based on that pricing. And again, as we've talked before, the Finance Authority is an excellent option because they do borrow at the most advantageous rates as they are a AAA rated credit. Importantly, just to hit again, this debt is only secured by the hospital gross receipts tax. There is no other county taxes or property taxes that are pledged toward the payment of the debt. It is just the 0.5% hospital gross receipts tax, which is very specialized to provide revenues to pay debt service for capital improvements for a hospital within Taos County. 75% of the revenues goes toward debt service. 25% goes toward a nursing program to be administered in this county by UNM Taos, I would imagine. As Mr. Kaiser indicated, none of the monies through this gross receipts tax goes toward operations for the hospital. 75% is toward debt service related to these bonds, which the county authorizes, and it is for acquisition of equipment or improvements to the facility at the county hospital, as indicated in the previous discussion. The way this is set up is similar to the education gross receipts tax that the county has done before. So Bank of Albuquerque works as the trustee. The money is intercepted from taxation to revenue, sent straight to the trustee. They set it aside into the various accounts for debt service. They hold the project account, which is then requisitioned for the capital improvements. Excess revenues go toward prepaying the debt, so that the debt is paid off quicker with the excess revenues as they are produced, given the economic activity in the county. That could allow toward the end of is a 10-year tax. So the maximum term of this bond is 10 years. Toward the end of that 10 years, you'll be able to potentially do short-term bonds, as we did with the education gross receipts tax, to use those excess funds for additional capital improvements at the hospital. There would be a reserve fund with this, which is additional security for debt service. It may be done through an insurance policy, which we did with the hospital gross or the education gross receipts tax, which allows for more of the proceeds to go toward the capital projects. It does approve interest rate up to a maximum of 12%. It will be substantially lower than that given market conditions for a maximum of 10 years. And the closing and the availability of funds would be in late February. Happy to answer any questions about the ordinance. This is, again, the significant step by the county to approve issuing the debt and delegating authority to the county manager and the county chair to accept the final terms.
Questions for Mr. Muirhead? If not, I would just highlight the reason I asked the question earlier about the percentage of the budget that public finances had is that 10 years ago, the hospital didn't have any gross receipts or mill levy money for operations. It depended totally on what patients paid, insurance companies paid, and Medicare, Medicaid. So this now represents an increase of what has happened within the last 10 years. So, okay. If there are no further questions or comments, is there a motion to?
Chair Romero, We do need to open up a public hearing and give the public an opportunity to speak for or against this ordinance.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Jaramillo. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment? Open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this issue before us right now? Yes, Mr. Chris Stagg, come forward, please. Do you need
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
Just a second, does Mr. Stagg need to be sworn in?
Yeah. Yes.
Right over here. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Chris Stagg.
Go ahead.
Good morning again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Chris Stagg. I'm Vice President with Taos Ski Valley and a member of the hospital board. And I want to recognize the county commission for endorsing and helping us get the gross receipts tax to help the hospital. And this bond issue will allow us to make improvements and move forward on a lot of the things. And so I really do ask your support on it. Thank you very much for all the support you've given the hospital over the years.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, Mr. Church.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes.
Please state your name.
I'm James Kaiser, CEO at Holy Cross Medical Center. When I arrived here 2 years ago, as you well know, Holy Cross has never been able to honor its lease with the county, and that was to maintain those facilities. And they're in desperate need of repair. I mean, it affects morale, and it certainly does not instill confidence in our community, our larger community. Now with the hope of this, I mean, many of you have heard Senator Gonzalez say those communities and counties that stand up for themselves first win. And it's a part of the infrastructure for any larger community to have a healthcare delivery safety net for all of our people, much like housing. It's a core service. And we've had, as I shared earlier, our medical equipment, much as it's past end of life, where it's strictly a break fix mode. We will only repair things when they break, and then it's too late. So I really encourage the county commissioners to support this effort, as have the county, and almost a 4-1 in favor vote. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment in the public hearing? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what is your?
I move to approve ordinance 2024-7, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of County of Taos, the County of Taos, New Mexico County Hospital Gross Receipt Tax Improvement Revenue Bonds, Series 2024.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. We have a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Mascareñas. Any further comment or discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vihil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We move to the next public hearing, which is for the discussion, consideration, and decision regarding ordinance number 2024-6, an ordinance enacted an improvement special assessment program within the jurisdictional boundaries of Taos County. Ms. Jessica Stern.
Good morning, Chair Romero, Commissioners. Thank you. It's good to see you. I'm pleased after many months of work to bring forward this ordinance for the CPACE program, which is the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, also known as the Improvement Special Assessment Program. This program enables the county to allow eligible property, commercial property, and multi-use housing developments to obtain long-term financing from private capital providers for qualifying energy efficiency, renewable energy, water conservation, and resiliency improvements for qualifying buildings. I think this is a great complement to what Luis Reyes was talking about. This is a financing program that will allow developments to access that capital to be able to complete those We are also the first small or rural county in New Mexico to be considering adoption of this ordinance, which is exciting. I think since we are on the leading edge of energy efficiency buildings and always kind of at the cutting edge of those kinds of developments, whether they be with mud or earth ships or resilient buildings for the future. I do want to say that we have a current development that is seeking this financing mechanism. Hotel Willa, which is slated to open in March, is ready to submit their application to Adelante Consulting, which is the contractor that has been hired by New Mexico Economic Development to do all of the program administration. And they work with the capital provider to develop the financing package for this opportunity. So we want to be able to support them to get this critical piece of financing so that they can finish and then open up their hotel in the spring, which has been a long time coming. We're also really pleased to be working with the town of Taos, which will consider its own resolution next week at their council meeting. This ordinance works in that we opt in as the county because there will be a special assessment recorded on the property, the property assessment itself. But if a development is within a incorporated community, then that incorporated community also needs to have its own enabling resolution. So the town will be working on that and discussing that next week. And then I've already reached out to the town of Red River, the village of Cuesta, and the village of Taos Valley to see if they're interested as well, and we'll support them in that. With that, I stand for any questions.
Questions for Jessica? Well, thank you, Jessica, for working on this. This came about as a result of a request 2 or 3 months ago from several businesses that we be included here. I'm glad to hear the town is also has it on its agenda to happen because it does require both the municipalities and the county for it to happen. So any other questions? If not,
I would just say we love being the first at everything. So great job. Thank you.
Is there a motion for?
I think we also need a public hearing for this.
Oh, that's right,
Okay.
public hearing.
I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the public in the room that would like to comment on this particular issue, special assessment? If not, I'll close the public hearing.
And Mr. Chair, I do have one quick question for Mr.
Okay.
Does this represent, I'm glad we're doing this. It's like one of the pieces in the mini puzzle to get more efficient buildings. So thank you for that. Does this represent additional workload for our county staff?
Chair Romero, Commissioner, thank you for that question. The burden on the county is extremely minimal. So Adelante Consulting will produce all of the closing documents. They'll come to my office, just me. I'll present them to the county manager, and then once they're signed, there are 5 documents. I'll take them to the clerk's office and they'll be recorded, and that's the extent of our administrative burden.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve. Close the meeting and make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Brush. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Break. I would like to make a motion to take a 5-minute break.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Miguel Romero to take a 5-minute break. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes.
Is there anyone that hasn't signed for or against to speak for the public hearing on RV Park?
Oh, okay. So has he been active? Okay. So they definitely want to go through with it. Oh, okay, great. Thank you again. Oh,
Nice to see you guys. You look very movie star.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I know sometimes they look this way, but when they ask the question, that's why I think it's just kind of me, particularly, I would forget. But when this person asks a question,
Yeah, I was, yeah, I had to like possible.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
All the nursing personnel that I dealt with. Yeah. My son, all that.
So they didn't know that word.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. You need to watch for that, Bob.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we are. What is it?
Britt is our clerk. Is Valerie sitting up She's in the Okay, we got our clerk. No, we don't have Okay, we have everybody back. Need a motion to come back into open session. Motion by Commissioner Romero. Second. Second by Commissioner Mascareñas to come back in open session. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero? Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Okay, we're on our third public hearing, which is a public hearing for discussion and consideration decision regarding the appeal 24-000002 from a decision made by the Taos County Planning Commission on August 15th, 2024, to approve special use permit, commercial use SUP-23-00002, which is to construct a 25-space recreational vehicle RV park with an office building, 1,750 square feet in size with 15 shed canopy spaces, which will be utilized for RV long-term storage. The property, which is a subject of the appeal, is 5.475 plus acres in size and is located at 1220 Old Santa Fe Road, 570 County Road 110 in Llano Quemado. And for here, if we could maybe get a little guidance from our attorney on the procedure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had several of these zoning appeals come up in the last few months. And one of the things that has come out of those hearings is that our appeal hearing procedures are a bit antiquated and aren't the best. And what I would propose, the hearing procedures are in section 9.2.1 of the ordinance. That's the first problem. They shouldn't be in the ordinance. It should be a separate resolution. But having said that, what they do is they have the appellant and the appellee go first, and it doesn't have staff's input on the appeal until the fourth speaker down, which I think is really a bad way to do things. Staff has, and his staff report has summarized what the issues are, what the problems might be. And I would submit that it would benefit the hearing if we moved the planning staff presentation to the beginning and then moved from there as set out in section 9.2. I think you could do that, Mr. Chair, if the rest of the commission agrees.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. Yeah, if we're fine with all the commissioners, we'll just modify it and move the planning department presentation to the first part, and then the appellant, and then the appellee. So Mr. Rudy Perea then will be first.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Yes, so I'm going to read real briefly from my staff report here. This is an appeal under record appeal -24-00002 submitted by Rose Desgeorges, the appellant, in response to a decision made by the Taos County Planning Commission on August 15th, 2024 to approve special use permit commercial use under SUP-23-0002 to construct and operate a 25-space recreational vehicle park with an office building, 1,760 square feet in size, along with 15 shed/canopy spaces, which will be utilized for RV long-term storage. Mr. Chairman, as outlined in my staff report, the appellant has met all the public notification requirements that were necessary in order for this public hearing to be scheduled. And Mr. Chairman, before I make my comments, I would like to introduce into the record my planning staff packet, which includes under tab 1, Planning Commission Record of Decision from August 15th, tab 2, Notice of Public Hearing Appeal -24-0002, tab 3, Staff Review Appeal, which is a staff report, for Appeal 24-24-0002, tab 4, Staff Site Visit Photos, tab 5, Public Correspondence, tab number 6, this is the Taos News Affidavit of a Publication, which certifies that the legal notice was published in the Taos News at least 15 days prior to this public hearing, and the affidavit for mailing of letters to property owners that the appellant submitted to our department, and copies of photos of the postings of the property that the appellant did to as part of the public notification requirements. And Mr. Chairman, under tab 7 of my staff packet, there's the draft County Planning Commission minutes from August 15, 2024. And again, I emphasize these are draft minutes because the Planning Commission has not officially approved these minutes. They will do so at their December 5th public meeting. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would also like to introduce into the record the appellant's packet that they submitted to you as part of their appeal, and then also the appellee record, which was submitted to the Planning Commission at the initial hearing on this project. And Mr. Chairman, to summarize, my understanding for this appeal was on 2 grounds. The appellants are appealing this decision based on their concerns regarding traffic safety. As you see there, Mr. Chairman, in the site plan, if you look at the lower left-hand section there, they have concerns about County Road 110 and State Highway 68. So that's one of the bases that they're appealing this application on, is the traffic safety concerns they have for this proposed project and what they think will have a negative impact at that intersection of State Highway 68 and County Road 110. And then also, Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding from the appellants that they are also appealing the decision of the Planning Commission based on the fact that they think this RV storage park and this RV space park application is not compatible with the neighborhood. So, Mr. Chairman, in a nutshell, those are the 2 reasons that this appeal is being brought before you at this time. And I stand for any questions you may have for me regarding my staff report or any of the documents I submitted as part of my packet.
Okay, any questions? Okay, so the charge of the commission is to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission or not?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, yes. Yeah, either one.
So, after hearing the testimony, considering the evidence, your charge is to either affirm the decision of the Planning Commission to overturn the decision of the planning commission or to modify the decision of the planning commission.
To affirm, overturn, or modify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then, any other questions for Mr. Padilla? Okay. I guess not, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. And now I turn it over to the appellants to make their presentation. Thank you.
About how much time do you think you'll need for?
23 minutes.
23
maybe
minutes?
24.
Okay, great.
It depends on whether I can speed read for you guys.
Okay.
The timer so that way you can. Commissioner Bush down there at the end of the time.
And so the appellee will have the same amount of time if you need that much. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do I have to?
Go ahead. On the swearing.
Okay.
I guess so. We know that people from the public do, but I guess she does. Okay, did we get the swearing in part?
Okay. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rose DeGeorges. Good. Good morning, Chairman Romero, the Commissioners Romero, Vigil, Brush, and Mascareñas. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to voice our concerns regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission approval of special use permit for Mr. Felipe Rodriguez's RV park. My name is Rose DeGeorges. I am a fourth, maybe fifth generation Taoseña. I grew up here and I know the area well. I remember coming home from college thinking as I drove into Taos that Taos would always remain just that vast expanse of sagebrush. I was delusional. I have a property interest within the 1,000-foot boundary of the subject development. The community members affected by the proposed RV park have asked me to present the concerns that support our appeal. And I should also mention that there are an additional 6 or 8 individuals who have signed on as appellants as well. Next slide. We will show how none of the land use regulation standards have been met by the applicant. Some wording in the presentation is highlighted in red. This information comes from either Mr. Rodriguez's binder or from staff or from planning and zoning, or our statements quoted in verbatim by applicant's agent, Mr. Alex Abeta. The information highlighted in green is obviously land use regulation. Next slide. The property boundary outlined in red is the correct site location proposed for the RV park. It's interesting to note that the applicant with approximately 500 feet of frontage on New Mexico 68 isn't allowed to access his property from the state highway per statements made by Mr. Alex Abeta during the hearing before the planning and zoning. And yet the county has no concern about access to a lot that has only 50 feet of frontage off County Road 110. It is alarmingly close and almost immediately off of New Mexico 68. Next slide. Per the land use regulation 4.7.1 that pertains to the road, the development shall be designed to minimize the adverse effects from additional traffic. If you turn to your binder, tab 2, page 1, you'll see a letter, Karen, the letter from Department of Transportation. It's provided to the applicant stating that there would be minimum impact to the intersection by the extra number of long RVs they expect will be funneled into the proposed RV park. The New Mexico Department of Transportation uses site threshold assessment provided to them by the applicant to make this determination. If you look at tab 2, page 2, you'll find a copy of that site threshold assessment. It provides the estimated number of RVs that will be added to the current roadway volume during peak morning and evening hours. We requested the traffic monitoring data for the intersection that was used by Department of Transportation as their basis for a minimum impact determination. And our request was for data between the years 2017 and 2024. Tab 2, page 8 of your binder will show what traffic data that we received from the Department of Transportation. Yeah, all the way to the back one. There you go. Okay, so this was the only information that was available. It was for location ID 25402, which is approximately mile marker number 40. And it is north of the intersection in question, up by West Romero Road. So between January 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2020, the Department of Transportation counted a total of 8,735 vehicles. But as a group, we went out several times to count vehicles through the intersection between peak hours of 7:30 and 8:30 a.m. and then again in the afternoon between 4:30 and 5:30 p.m. And our first order approximation counts extrapolated out for a year yielded traffic volumes between 87,000 and 138,000 vehicles. This would indicate that the data that was provided by the Department of Transportation is off by at least a factor of 10. Scrutinizing their data further, we realized, because it just looked weird, that they had monitored the traffic volumes during the COVID pandemic. Everybody should have been staying home anyway, which is why the numbers are so low. We know their data is also wildly inaccurate. The historic volume data and the amount of data that they collected is, their assessment is fundamentally flawed. So UNM divested the majority of its programs to the Clower campus in 2022. The unofficial campus census for 2024 is approximately 1,000 individuals. That includes students, faculty, and staff. And the enrollment at the campus has been growing at a rate of 7% per year for the last 4 years. We also know the data is incorrect because there's approximately 200 single-family homes in the area that likely access that intersection on a daily basis as well. People frequent the country club and its golf course. They visit the Rim Trail to hike. They visit the Veterans Memorial now. And what we'll discuss later is that the Cielo Central project from UNM will create a lot of additional traffic as well. Because the numbers that the Department of Transportation based their assessment on are so erroneous, we actually believe that those numbers are irrelevant for this discussion. And we aren't the traffic experts, but we are the residents. We use that intersection every day. We are very familiar with it. So go to slide 6, Karen, please. Okay, so this slide shows the proposed site boundary in blue. It's outlined in blue, as well as the intersection of Highway 68 and County Road 110. There's mention in the applicant's binder that there is a slight shift to the current entrance of Sebastian Road. So you'll see Sebastian Road is pretty well used. That's because the current entrance, according to the assessor's maps, is trespasses on somebody else's property. This shift narrows the entrance to the proposed RV park by 50 feet. So Mr. Rodriguez's property boundary on the frontage is only 50 feet. This creates maneuverability issues for long wheel-based vehicles. Because of the alarming proximity between 68 and the entrance to this proposed RV park, they have essentially created a U-turn for large vehicles trying to access this property. We'll present some discussion later about what this looks like. The configuration of this tract is inconsistent with the proposed use. These constraints were created many, many, many years ago when these properties were subdivided by and for the Lucerna Grant heirs. All of these properties run at a diagonal. Okay, if we'll go to slide 7, please. Okay. The Taos County regulations mandate that the primary consideration for this governing body is to provide for the health, safety, and the well-being of its citizens. Both planning and zoning staff and the applicant rely on 2 documents to claim that this proposed RV park will have no impact on the traffic safety. But neither document, not the letter from the Department of Transportation, nor the letter from the Taos County Public Works, actually addresses the safety issues that are posed by long, high-profile RVs exiting New Mexico 68 and immediately engaging in challenging maneuver through a narrow 50-foot entrance across 3 lanes of busy County Road 110 traffic. This will inevitably cause conflicts with the current traffic load. These same concerns exist for RVs entering this RV park and exiting this RV park. They will all have to negotiate these challenging issues. The New Mexico Department of Transportation memo simply states that the impact to the current traffic counts is low, but the traffic counts aren't the issue. Safety is the issue. The Taos County Public Works memo didn't mention any relevant safety issues. Their only concern was the integrity of the roadway surface. A conflicted traffic configuration, a limited 50-foot frontage access, extremely challenging maneuverability issues for long wheelbase vehicles, the proposed RV park entrance, which is directly off of a major highway thoroughfare, a very busy intersection through which thousands of vehicles travel daily. All of this, and no one thought a comprehensive safety analysis was worth the effort. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing that our regulating bodies, our traffic safety agencies, have so little concern for public safety. There's not a single word in the written record that addresses the obvious safety issue. On this basis alone, this application should be denied. Where is the tipping point? On September 12, 2018, the Planning Commission Chair Jean Sanchez made the following remark during the Family Dollar appeal. I think I have something to say. I've been sitting in this seat for 14 years, and I have never seen a denial from the Department of Transportation. Every letter that they send is a form letter saying, yes, everything's fine. Never a concern for the welfare and safety of the citizens. Yes, we have a problem, and we are going to compound the problem. He quoted Mr. Alex Zabeta, who said, quote, "You can't stop the development for the welfare of the citizens." That's a very, very big statement to make if you're going to put a development above the safety and welfare of the citizens, end quote. Next. So here is just, I'm going to go really quick through these slides. Here are a couple of really dangerous scenarios that we saw when we were out there counting cars. At 7:40 a.m. on the clock, you can see a school bus make a U-turn into County Road 110, sits in the center of the intersection to make it turn northbound. The next slide, please. Drivers who aren't anxious to take the risk of exiting north from West Romero Road during their morning commute, they'll head south on 68 and either make a U-turn on County Road 110 or U-turn directly in the intersection. Other vehicles heading north on 68 from County Road 110 will find an opportunity to dart across the southbound and sit in the intersection waiting for a break in northbound traffic so they can head north. Meanwhile, the rear end of their vehicles is sitting in the middle of the southbound lanes. Next slide. Perhaps this is the scariest scenario and likely the greatest cause of most accidents in this intersection. Many of us have personal experiences related to blind spot accidents or near accidents in this intersection. And in fact, this is the very reason why I joined this appeal. Large profile vehicles hide smaller cars, trucks, and SUVs that follow behind them. They do the same to vehicles who travel southbound through the intersection, but are traveling alongside them. Drivers will pull out of County Road 110, not realizing the presence of this hidden vehicle. Analyzing the data of an accident after the fact, as you replay the details over and over in your mind, you realize that the difference between a critical accident and one that could have been fatal is measured in mere seconds. Okay, go to okay. So this slide here, I'm just going to describe real quickly to generate a baseline understanding of what we're talking about when we're trying to maneuver a long vehicle through a challenging intersection. Okay. The maximum RV lanes allowed on US highways is 45 feet. The maximum vehicle length on any US highway is 75 feet. So a 75-foot rig could be a combination of like a 20-foot truck, a 45-foot RV, and they might be hauling a second smaller vehicle like a Jeep behind it, or a trailer with ATVs, say. Okay, so these pictures here illustrate how much extra roadway is required to navigate around a corner. So this is considered your turn radius. And you can do a quick calculation because it's the difference between, if you're making a right turn, it's the difference between your left front tire and your right rear tire. And you know you have to drive forward enough to be able to clear that right rear tire. If you're making a left turn, it's the opposite. Okay, so in some cases, the amount of extra roadway that's required to make these turns could be 25 feet, 30 feet, or even 40 feet. And if you don't think that people underestimate how much it takes to make these turns, next time you drive through the drive-through at Montes, look at those yellow pylons with all those black markings. That is somebody who underestimated what it took to make that turn. Go back to the... Okay, so this illustration of an RV trying to maneuver the U-turn into the proposed RV park. Again, the longest RV, truck, RV, extra vehicle rig, 75 feet. They will require both lanes of County Road 110, possibly also the southbound turning lane of 110. And we can present a number of these illustrations. We've drawn them all up. And they all demonstrate how precarious navigating this intersection will be. There are scenarios, northbound RVs trying to get into that, they will have to drive into the southbound turning lane of 110, and then make a huge right turn into that property. Then you can turn this around. Think about people who are coming out. So if you can do that other way. Somebody who is coming out of that RV park, and then they're trying to make that turn, and you have people coming from UNM, you have people going to UNM, you have people going south, you have heavy traffic going north, and then let's look at that little gray car, the last gray car in that line. That's somebody who doesn't know what the front car on 110 right next to that RV looks like, and in fact, they're on their phone. And so you know what happens then? They hit that car, who hits that car, who hits that car, and all of a sudden you have what in the traffic industry is called a pileup. So the intersection and its daily traffic volumes, they're considerable. It's already a safety nightmare for drivers, and adding tall and extremely long vehicles into the mix, it doesn't make things better. Their impact isn't minimal, and it only makes the safety aspects worse. Okay, so now we will go to the land use on page 13. Okay, the staff and the applicant, so the land use development compatibility standards. The staff and the applicant rely on the existence of 4 metal buildings in the general area to make a weak attempt to justify interjecting a commercial use into a residential area. Referring to this argument as weak is an understatement. We have the Old Egg Farm, the Drum Shop, Keith Randall Warehouse, and the Farmers Helping Farmers Project. Next. So here's a nest egg farm, and we all know there have been no happy chickens laying eggs in that facility for years. They generate no traffic, and it doesn't impact nearby uses. The drum factory entrance is oriented on Highway 68, and it's not close to any existing neighborhoods either. Next slide. These 2 buildings are on the east side of New Mexico 68, so they shouldn't even been brought into this consideration. Furthermore, there are no residential uses anywhere near these 2 buildings and no neighborhoods anywhere close by. Also, you will see that they post no public access. So they don't have pedestrian traffic, they don't have vehicle traffic. Next one. Unlike an RV park, these metal warehouses are not like an RV park. They are open 24/7. There are people coming and going all the time. Next slide. So planning and zoning staff in the memorandum went out of their way to make a strong statement about how this proposed RV park is exactly like a commercial warehouse. But they failed to even make the slightest mention about how this RV park is anything like the surrounding neighborhoods, which are comprised of only single-family homes. The land use regulation requires that it should be consistent with the neighborhood. Next. So the proposed RV park, it's out of character for the traditionally residential area. It'll cater only to transient clientele, and it fails to demonstrate how it's any substantial benefit to the community. So the planning and zoning approved the special use permit, next slide there, based on the proposed RV park operating like a commercial warehouse. This argument is based on a false equivalency. To reiterate, RV parks are not the same as commercial warehouses. The majority of the structures in the neighborhood are now and always have been single-family homes since 1970. This makes their compatibility argument factually inaccurate. The applicant's statement regarding long-term rental creates a rebuttable presumption that the occupancy in the proposed RV park will be non-transitory. RV parks are used by the general public as a temporary living situation for recreation and vacation purposes only. Next slide. There are definite negative impacts to the property values when homes are located next to RV parks. Also, the county's goal to create more affordable housing is bolstered by the group of homes that exist next to Sebastian Road. We just heard a discussion about how we are trying to create more affordable housing. Next slide. And here you see the visual impact. So There's my dream of sagebrush as far as the eye can see with nothing else. And there is a nighttime view of what it looks like. And then let's fill that with RVs. Next slide. The staff and the applicant failed to make any attempt to justify visual compatibility. The applicant states that the proposed RV park is consistent with the existing commercial uses along the frontage of New Mexico 68. Furthermore, they state that the scale of the project, both in size and height, is comparable to existing uses. This is code for we can't think of any rational basis to claim that an RV park meets the visual impact standards. There's no defensible argument that an RV park is visually compatible with the immediately adjacent residential uses. Similarly, the staff couldn't think of any basis to argue that visual compatibility was met. They propose an 8-foot-high fence in order to mitigate the obvious negative impact. Such a proposition infers acknowledgement of visual incompatibility. And they never claim that a visual impact doesn't exist. Next. So now we will move to the dark sky ordinance. There's no parking lot lighting design in the application binder, even though they make reference to it. And if the approval of this RV park is, if approval of the RV park absent that design allows the applicant to install after the fact whatever he wishes to without oversight. The commissioners know that the dark sky ordinance is outdated and we look forward to an update. Next. Do I quit? Okay, look at tab 4, the UNM press release for the dark sky, for the Cielo Central project. It's a $1.5 million investment with legislative support. Next slide. It will be a cultural beacon for Taos. It will provide a major investment in the community and it's advanced by legislative support. It substantially benefits the entire community by boosting economic development through tourism. It'll allow career advancement for residents and students who are interested in pursuing New Mexico's growing aerospace industry. And it provides hands-on experiences for STEM students and students grades through 12. I just beg the commissioners, please protect one of our most precious natural resources. In conclusion, the staff in addressing road issues and both use and visual impact assures that all the county and state regulations have been met and therefore that the application should be approved. They've checked all the boxes, so we're good to go and no further scrutiny is warranted. This is an incredibly diminished interpretation of what the special use process is all about. Some applications, they just require consideration of factors beyond the elementary check the box approach. They require a thorough evaluation at a policy level. The compatibility standards provide the Planning Commission and the Commissioners Court with a unique opportunity to scrutinize land use proposals and look at issues that aren't part of the application checklist. You are making precedent-setting decisions. The proposed RV park doesn't meet either the use, the visual impact component. The proposed RV park does not mitigate adverse traffic safety issues and serves only to compound them. For these reasons, this special use permit should be denied. And I would just like to mention that at the back of your packet, under tab 5, there is a petition signed by 333 residents who oppose this RV park. Thank you. Open to any questions.
Thank you, Rose. Any questions at this point? Not at this time. Okay.
Can I submit something for the record? I don't know what the proper the proper way to do this. It would be the decision and order for 8th Judicial District for the, let me see, this regards the Family Dollar, that the order based on traffic safety.
Do we have that on record?
Mr. Chairman, I mean,
I don't know.
you could submit it, but they're going to make their decision today, so I don't know if they have the opportunity to review it.
Okay, so I'd like to submit it for the record, anyway.
It'll be given the weight it's due, given it's late.
I understand. I don't know, do I give it to the?
Okay, thank you. We'll move then to the presentation by the appellee, actually the applicant for the project, Mr. Alex Abeta. Madam Clerk.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Alex Abeta. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. I'd like to take a few minutes and summarize and demonstrate how the application meets all of the requirements of the county's land use regulations. Basically, as an agent engineer for different projects, it's our job to get those approvals in place before Mr. Perea will deem an application complete. It's based on professionals, it's based on licensed engineers. It's not based on one person saying, well, the DOT data is flawed, but I'll talk about the data here shortly. So in the record is this application book that I believe you have copies of. There's 14 tabs. It's the Rodriguez RV Park. Tab 1 has a letter from Mr. Perea where he has deemed the application complete and allowed it to move on to public hearing before the Planning Commission. That letter is dated July 17th of 24. There's various letters back and forth between the applicant and Mr. Perea to demonstrate that there's no application that ever gets deemed complete on round one. It takes 2 or 3, sometimes 4 rounds. Tab 2 is the actual filled out application required by the land use regulations. Tab 3 is the letter of approval from the State Engineer Office of the commercial water well permit. Tab 4 is the approval letter from the New Mexico Environment Department on the liquid waste permit, i.e. the septic tank leach field permit. Tab 5 is verification of the address from GIS at the Planning Department, verification of floodplain wetland. Tab 6 is the warranty deed, including the survey plat, which is a fold-out drawing. Tab 7 are different will serve letters from various utility companies, including Kit Carson Electric, Waste Management. Tab A is a letter addressing the, get on my cheaters here. Tab A is a letter addressing that the site, 5.45 acres, is suitable for development from a geologic standpoint. Tab 9 is a landscape narrative letter talking about various evergreen trees along the state highway frontage to be planted. Tab 10 is a letter by Javier Martinez from DOT. He's a licensed civil professional engineer. He is the guy that reviewed our site threshold assessment and approved it. Tab 11 is a letter signed by Eric Overick, our Town of Taos County Fire Marshal. He signed off on the fire plan. He would never have signed off on it if we didn't have proper radii to turn from southbound right turn lane 68 onto C110 onto the realigned access to the RV park. Tab 12 are the architectural drawings by Alex Henry for the office, 1,750 square feet. Also included are the canopy cover structural for the RV storage. At the back is the lighting schedule for some dark skies lighting. By the way, the verification of dark skies lighting is actually a building permit function, not a special use permit. So Mr. Perea and staff would review that as the application for site work, excavation, utility work happens. Tab 13 are the civil engineering drawings that show the design of grading drainage, all of the utilities, electric, water, sewer, water well location. Tab 14 is a map generated by the assessor's office showing the 1,000 foot area of notice map as required by the land use regulations. There are 45 property owners within that 1,000 feet. Of the petition submitted by the appellant, which is 330 some signatures, only 11 of those are within this 1,000 foot area of notice. The other 310 plus are outside the 1,000 foot area of notice. Of those 11, 3 of them are apparently second homeowners because they have addresses in other communities. So it's actually 8 owners within the 1,000 foot area of notice that are within the 1,000 foot area of notice. I want to talk a little bit about a Taos News article from last Thursday, November 14th. It's clear that the Taos News called Javier Martinez at DOT, and I just want to read into the record what Javier Martinez's comments are. Quote, "You look left, you look right, it's pretty flat in either direction." Javier Martinez, the DOT engineer who signed off on the assessment, told the Taos News. "There are no horizontal curves. You can see 1,500 to 2,000 feet in either direction from the intersection. The intersection's collision rate is no higher than state averages, according to crash history from the intersection." Martinez said, indicating it bears no higher risk other than what normal drivers have at every intersection. It already has a left turn deceleration lane. It has a right turn deceleration lane, Martinez said, adding periodically the county will evaluate based on the traffic analysis coming out. But if it doesn't meet warrants, they can't put an intersection stoplight or anything there. So basically all Javier is saying is that under the current site threshold assessment, the intersection is safe. I measured the right turn decel lane. It's about 1,600 feet. Plenty of room for an RV, 45 feet, a truck, whatever, 75 feet total, 5 or 6 cars going to unit, plenty of room to do a right turn lane safely. Now, if someone on C10 wants to jump into Highway 68 northbound and doesn't wait, I mean, there is some exposure, but that exposure is at every intersection. It's drivers get in a hurry and they take a chance and they get in trouble. The traffic data submitted by the appellant does not list the milepost location of the accidents. So if I take us to tab 3 of the appellant's packet, the tables provided here shows the crash date, the crash year, the month, time of crash, day of the week, the primary street. There's only one out of one page of traffic data. There's only one of those accidents that happened at County Road 110. That doesn't mean there wasn't others. It's clear that Rose requested data for 5 years. It appears that the data was requested for a 1 mile reach I don't know if that 1 mile reach was half mile north of this intersection and half south, but basically the crash data shows a page of accidents of which only one of them is at C110. The appellant attempts to discredit the professional knowledge of the DOT engineers, which are licensed engineers, the civil engineer of the project, myself. That intersection is as safe as any intersection in Taos. It's got a great right turn decel lane, a left turn northbound lane, a northbound through lane. The only way to get into an accident at that intersection is when a driver gets in a hurry and doesn't want to wait till they have an opening and they jump in. The data by DOT is not flawed. I saw there some numbers of about 7,000 or 8,000 average daily vehicle numbers. It's not 100,000 per day. That data is flawed. The commission needs to recognize that the licensed professionals involved in the application and in the reviews are the ones where their presentation bears more weight. Our Public Works Director, Joe Fernandez, approved the location of the access. He did ask us to pave it, and we've agreed to do that as a condition of approval. Javier Martinez has approved the access. When we talk about the UNM observatory, UNM's about close to a mile away from the project. I drove UNM the other night, and actually going to the campus, they currently are not meeting dark skies lighting. There's light shining straight up on all sides of the building. No, so I don't buy that this project is going to impact the observatory in a negative way. This project's going to have dark skies lighting. It's going to be well managed. It may even shut down for winter months. I don't know, but we definitely are asking for approval for year round if the occupancy allows that. In summary, I just need to say that these commissions, you know, you guys, previous commissions, you adopt land use regulations for applicants to meet. And we work really hard to meet the requirements. This application doesn't have any variances. We've met all of the requirements. This application warrants the approval. Staff, i.e. Mr. Perea, works very hard to review these applications and to the point where they get deemed complete. There's no rubber stamping going on anywhere. This is a properly prepared application. It meets all the requirement and it warrants approval. You know, these other 300 some people, I looked at the addresses, they live in all parts of the community. They really don't have any say on the 1,000-foot area of notice and what gets approved. The projects up and down Highway 68, yes, the egg farm's been closed down for 30 years, but the current owner is looking at a not RV, but a storage unit project. I've given them a proposal. Keith Randall has one more building to put up right next to the one he's got there. The argument we made is that the highway corridor lends itself to commercial use. We weren't trying to distinguish between warehouse buildings and residential units. We were trying to establish that up and down Highway 68, you do have commercial use. Now, west of this RV park proposed area are some vacant residential properties, which eventually will get developed as either residential or other use. I don't know. I looked at the Taos County property tax map. Rose de Georges owns 3 líneas there. They're very narrow. By the time you meet setbacks and get a road in there, I'm not sure you could even fit a single house, maybe a single wide mobile home. Now, Miss Kathy Vigil does own the land adjacent to the RV park. Her land is wide enough for residential development. But we can't be screened with 300 petition signatures against it. We've met all of the requirements of the county's land use regulations. Do you have any questions for me?
Questions for Mr. Rivera? I have one question. So the property slopes towards Arroyo de la Güera. Would the land be
made flat or will it be built on a sloped?
So, Mr. Chairman, we designed a grading and drainage plan, and right now the land slopes toward the Arroyo de la Güera of about 3 to 4% grade. Over in the location of where the 25 RV spaces are, we've knocked that down to about 1 to 2% grade. Then there's a grade break north of there where the storage units are. That land is going to probably be sloping at 3 to 4%. So there are some changes. There's no doubt that from the residential homes up above the hill, they will be able to see the RV park to the south and west. I talked to Felipe earlier. The condition recommendation by Mr. Perea is that we do a wood fence or a block fence along the highway. We like the idea of a combination of a wood fence, latia fence, and some earth berms, such as we did with the RV park on your way to Angel Fire on the right side. You'll see the meandering dirt berms with landscaping. We are prepared to do some of that along with some latia fencing to screen the RV park from the road. And that's not to try to hide any light or visual effect. We're going to dark skies light the entire property. But so back to your question, yes, the land does slope to the north, and we're going to work with the existing grade of the land to make it work.
Commissioner Brush.
Okay, because I'm not sure my question, thank you, Mr. Abeta, for your presentation. And my question was kind of triggered by the last statement you made as you were presenting, but it actually might be a question for our staff, really. And the last thing you said when you were presenting was that the application met all the requirements. But when I was looking at our planning staff's memorandum, over and over several times, I see the application partially complies, and I'm just wondering, and it was a good handful of those, more than I've seen in applications before. So I'm just kind of wondering, for the remedy for those partially compliant parts of the application, do we here at Taos County, we're supposed to keep our noses out of operational stuff and process stuff, but I would want to feel confident that we have processes in place that when the building permit time comes and the CFO comes, that we here at the county are going back and saying, okay, what did we say you had to do? What's the partially compliant thing? And has that been remedied? Because and I'm asking just because I saw several of them.
Okay, Chairman Romero, Commissioner Brush, when I'm referencing my staff report where the applicant partially complies with certain things, like, for example, let's take landscaping. What I did was to address that is I put that as a condition of approval towards the end of my staff report. Like, for example, if you look at the site plan here, as you see it on the screen, the applicant did propose some landscaping along the boundary that faces Highway 68, and they proposed very little landscaping within the project itself. So what I recommended as a condition of approval is that they put more landscaping within the development property there, and then also, again, as referenced earlier by the appellant, I also recommended an 8-foot tall fence along the section of road, Sebastian Road. And again, with the understanding, the reason I said I made those recommendations, and I said they partially complied, because what I wanted to do was I wanted to enhance the appearance of the commercial project, to make it look better, so that way it's not an eyesore, and that, it's something visually appealing for the public as they're driving by, and it's not, just something that's barren and all you see is RV spaces. So that's why, when I say partially comply, I address that in the recommendations to make sure that they fully comply.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, Rudy, thank you. So the recommendations, those match back to each partially complied, and because I did see that you have remedies suggested.
Yes.
Wherever you say partially complied. So each recommendation matches up to one of those instances in the report?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. That explains it.
Thank you.
So since Rudy
excuse me, if I may, Chair, since Rudy's there. You make mention of an 8-foot fence on Sebastian, right?
Yes.
And so, first of all, I always thought that we didn't have anything over 6 foot.
Right.
6 feet. Why 8 feet? Why are we doing an 8 feet there?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Behill, again, it was just to, as an enhancement to the project, number one, and then also number two, you know, it'll help screen the RV spaces themselves from the residential uses that are on the west side of Sebastian Road there. And there is provisions in our land use regulations to allow for fences up to 10 feet in height. But the key there is you're allowed up to a maximum of a 6-foot high fence without a building permit. Anything over 6 feet and between 6 feet and 10 feet requires a building permit. So there is that option for a property owner to build up to a 10-foot high fence, but again, they need a building permit to do it. So there is that in the land use regs that allow for something like that.
And was there any thought put into maybe trees versus, I mean, I have to honestly say, I don't know who wants to look at a fence, you know, from the residential side.
Sure.
Was there any thought?
On that stretch, there wasn't, but Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Behill, because this is a de novo hearing, you definitely have the right to modify my recommendations to maybe, that's a good idea, is to maybe put in trees along that section of road instead of a fence. You know, that's something you guys as a commission could mandate.
And even though I'm saying trees, if I may just continue, I did notice that there's not enough water I believe if I'm reading accurately, the amount that is allowed may not be sufficient to keep all the trees going. Am I incorrect?
I would defer to Mr. Albeta on that. They did get a well permit from the state engineer's office for a commercial use, but I'll defer to Mr. Albeta to answer that question.
Mr. Chairman, commission members, so the water well permit for the project commercial use is 1 acre foot, which is pretty well taken up by the RV spaces. So the landscaping that goes in will be irrigated by water truck hauling until it takes. Obviously, it would be xeriscape, evergreens, piñons. We would have no problem with doing a line of piñon trees along Sebastian within the RV property rather than a fence. Fences are always a concern about vandalism, graffiti, etc. No? So we would rather just do the whole boundary of the 4 sides with evergreens. So as a condition of approval, we have no problem with doing that.
Okay, and Alex, the entrance to Sebastian, the new entrance, because what they're using is not the proper entrance, correct? By what I'm hearing here?
Apparently where the entrance exists today, it slightly encroaches on Kathy Vihill's property.
Okay.
So we shifted it further south so that it's clearly on Felipe's property.
And is it a 1 lane? It is a one?
It's a 2-direction
Two-direction.
turnout. And as I mentioned, Mr. Fernandez asked that we pave that turnout so that the edge of the County 110 asphalt doesn't break off as trucks and RVs turn in. So we would pave that turnout from edge of existing asphalt up to the property line.
And have you driven an RV in there just to test it? I mean, you know.
We have computer modeling data that shows that even an 18-wheeler can turn in and out the town fire truck. So it does work. It's not a stated.
So it won't go into the other lane is what you're saying?
No, it won't go into
the other lane. If you have a good
driver. You know, unfortunately, a lot of that presentation is to cloudy up the validity of the application. The application is sound, the radii work, the turning movements work, demonstrated by fire marshal sign-off, by computer data. If Javier Martinez looked at that and said, well, they're going to be turning onto the oncoming lane, he'd have never approved our STH. So it's the professionals that have signed off on that working properly.
Okay. Just so you know, the other day at the intersection here, a big semi truck was trying to turn in, probably to go to Albertsons, and everyone had to reverse a little bit. You know, it's a good thing we all gave a little bit of space just so that driver could come.
Keep in mind that at Albertsons, the Plaza intersection, the radii that were available based on right-of-way used to be 25 feet, 15 feet, 10 feet. These radii at this RV park are 50 feet. You can turn an 18-wheeler and not jump onto the oncoming lane. And when DOT rebuilt that intersection 10, 12 years ago, all the radii are proper now. If we want to assure that no one turns into the oncoming lane, we could put up or install stand-up curb and gutter as the town or the state is doing now along the state highway.
So would you be willing to do that?
As a condition of approval, we have no problem with some stand-up curb and gutter to better channelize those turning movements.
And one last question. Why didn't an entrance be placed off of Highway 68?
So Felipe's property has approximately 400+ feet of state frontage before it's his neighbor's property. Because we got a 1,600-foot long right turn decel lane, DOT does not allow another lane onto a speed change lane. They call that an auxiliary lane. It creates another point of conflict, so they would never allow that.
Okay, and then I thought it was the last question, but there was some conversation or some testimonial on the short-term. I mean, the short-term rentals. They were talking about possibly utilizing some of these RV spaces for folks to live in. Yeah, can you talk a little bit about that?
So to help out with the housing crisis, I made the statement at the Planning Commission hearing that if some tenant wanted to rent a space long-term and live out of RV for a month at a time for a few months, that Felipe as a developer would not be opposed to that. But the true intent is to rent nightly and weekly rental spaces. But to help out the housing market, we would have no problem allowing longer periods as long as we don't violate any ordinance. Because I know people aren't allowed to live in RV unit full-time. I know they're allowed to live in one while they build. And I don't know if that cutoff is 30 days or 60, but we would do it for 30 days max. I hear Rudy saying that it's 30-day limit.
What are the months of operation? What is the plan?
Right now, the plan is to operate 12 months out of the year, but as the family, Rodriguez family runs this, they may decide. For example, we designed the RV park for Concha Torres out on US 64. She shuts down for 3 months every winter and runs it for 9 months. And she's got a full occupancy.
Yeah, repeats.
And so we're flexible on that. If a condition of approval said, well, operate 9 months, leave 3 out, I'm not sure that Felipe would want that. I think we would want to try 12 months. And I think the customer base is going to establish whether they shut down in the winter for a month or two or not.
Okay, thank you.
So is Sebastian Road currently a legal easement?
Yes, it is. Other than right at the entrance, it's encroaching on Kathy Vihil's property because of the radii, but we're shifting that over and getting it completely on Felipe's property. So it'll be 100% on Felipe's 4.65 acres.
Commissioner Brush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Aveta. One question that, just following on Commissioner Vihil's questions about the turning radii, which is a little bit different, and I think I saw conversations about this in the binders, but say an RV misses that turn when they're heading in, where on C-110 do they turn back around if they're 20, 30, 40 feet long?
It's going to be up to the driver, but there's several areas. They could go down to the National Guard Armory and probably do a U-turn there.
It's pretty gated.
They could go down to County Road C-110 and Los Cordovas. Obviously, they could go to the UNM entrance, and of course, UNM expressed concern that we won't want the U-turn happening there. I was surprised to hear Rose state that they witnessed a school bus doing a U-turn on C-110 intersection. Those turning movements are normally not allowed, but that bus driver should be cited for doing that.
Well, but about the question at hand,
Right.
I don't know when the armory will be used again by UNM, and maybe that will coincide with when this is open, should it go forward. But it's been pretty gated, locked up every time I've seen it the last several months. So, okay, my other question is slightly different, and it comes from like reading the minutes, the draft minutes of the Planning Commission meeting. It wasn't totally clear to me, at least, about the flood zone. Like there seemed like there were a number of different things going on about flood zone in that meeting, that maybe it was just, too late Sunday night trying to understand it. But if you could just like clarify the flood zone area, maybe this is for you, Rudy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, so the northern part of these 4.65 acres, the northern end is in a flood zone. It's, if the Arroyo de la Güera spills its banks, actually it's not the Arroyo de la Güera, it's further north. If the tributary to the Arroyo spills its banks, that lower area is in a flood zone, and that's where we placed the RV storage metal canopy buildings. The canopy buildings are not required to have flood insurance if they're built by the owner without a construction loan. We stated at the Planning Commission meeting that we could hire Ian Wilson, drainage civil engineer, to amend the Loma map to get it out of the flood zone, and I believe it's doable, but even if it's not, we do an elevation certificate. We pick up the grade by 2 feet for the storage buildings, and it meets the county ordinance to put up the canopy building. So that would be our worst case scenario, is that we pick up that lower area by 2 feet of fill, we build storage units, and we're outside the flood zone with the elevation certificate. And that's a process that's allowed through the county regulations. The 25 RV spaces themselves are not in a flood zone, neither is the office.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Real.
Yes. So Rudy, this question is for you. I'm sorry. Since we don't have any regulations regarding RVs, you chose to use warehouse. Am I accurate on that? And so did you check with other areas outside the county to see what their regulations are in regards to RVs? I'm just curious, Ida, because we don't have anything that really defines it well enough.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vigil, unfortunately, we don't in our current land use regulations. That's one of the things we're looking at as part of our rewrite of the land use regulations, is to come up with more specific performance standards for RV parks. But at this point, we unfortunately, all we can do is work with what we have. And with regards to statements made by the appellees regarding, RV parks and warehouses and stuff like that, I never meant to make an apple comparison to as far as commercial uses. All I meant to say is that there's commercial uses already in the area. I never meant to try to compare warehouse use with an RV space use. My only point was that they were commercial uses, they're existing uses, and but yeah, you do bring up a good point, and that's one of the things we are looking at in our rewrite of the land use regulations, is to come up with specific performance standards for RV parks, because right now we don't have those in our current land use regs. So yeah.
And I guess this question is for Alex. I know this is not a requirement, but it certainly works well many times when a project as such comes forward, that the community around is met and discussed. All these concerns come forward. For example, ACE is a perfect example of in the Seco area, where they didn't have any opposition at all, because they worked for many, many years talking to the community and making changes to try to come to a compromise. I'm wondering, did you reach out to the folks around?
We did not reach out to the neighbors. I believe as part of the public hearing notification process, Rudy and I agreed, and we did send a letter to the Vista Linda Neighborhood Association. But we did not try to have design review meetings or proposal meetings with the neighborhood association or the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Mr. Veta or Mr. Perea? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think now would be appropriate to see if there's anybody from the public that would like to comment either for or against, and I would suggest that you do it in waves. If there are people that are for the appeal, which is actually against the applicant, have them go first.
Okay.
And then then the other side after that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trujillo. And at this point in time, we'll open the hearing up to public comment. And we do have lists that people have signed up to speak. And we would ask people to speak in support of the appeal first. And the first person on the list is David Douglas. David Douglas, no longer here. Okay, what about Roy Troxell? Not here? Okay, Karen Dyer. Please step forward. 3 minutes, yes, and need to get sworn in.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Karen Dyer. Thank you. My name is Karen Dyer, and I live off County Road 110. I attend classes at UNM, and I'm repeatedly warned by my professors and my fellow students about how to be careful driving through the intersection of 110 and 68. Regarding traffic safety concerns, in 2018, a developer wanted to build a Family Dollar store along the Paseo in Ranchos de Taos, near the intersection of 68 and 518. The Planning and Zoning Commission issued the permit, but the board, you guys, voted to overturn the decision by 5-0. The developers filed an appeal with the district court. I'm going to read excerpts from the court's decision, and this was the same document that Rose wanted to be included. It's the court's duties to determine whether the administrative agency acted fraudulently, arbitrarily, or capriciously, whether the agency's decision is supported by substantial evidence, or whether the agency acted in accordance with the law. The board's issue of concern in not granting the permit was traffic safety at the intersection. The community presented testimony and evidence specific to the safety concerns and the effect of a new Family Dollar would have on traffic safety in the area. The developers acknowledged safety concerns regarding the intersection. The board based their decision on the fact that the developer failed to address safety issues, and they deemed the developer's remedies were insufficient. The court stated that there was substantial evidence in the record to support the board's decision, and that there was no evidence in the record that the New Mexico Department of Transportation took into consideration the contradictory and uncontrolled traffic patterns relative to the intersection. The grants of access in Taos County by the New Mexico Department of Transportation are routine, and the record reflects that Gene Sanchez, who has served on the Planning Commission for 14 years, has never seen an application that was questioned, let alone denied. The board determined that the traffic study submitted by the developer's traffic engineer is flawed and does not accurately reflect the traffic safety issues. In summary, the court took into consideration the traffic safety issues expressed by the community. The people that drive through it better understand the risk. So Rose's testimony today illustrates that flaws in the traffic safety analysis and lack thereof for the proposed RV park. We ask that the board listen to the community and the people who drive through the intersection every day and deny this special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Next on the list is George Rankin. Hello. Lights on.
We'll go ahead and swear you in.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is George Rankin, and I am the community liaison for UNM Taos for the Observatory Project, and I'm also a resident of the area and live down West Romero. So from two aspects and stuff, I can sort of address some things. First of all, I'd like to make some corrections. First of all, and stuff, UNM Taos does not want RVs turning around at the campus. We've discussed that. It's a real issue. It's something that we're definitely against. Also, we're taking possession, as many of you know, of the National Guard Armory, and that'll be part of the campus also. So that's not viable as far as turning around traffic either. The other issue and stuff, I heard about the lights. Mr. Abetta was talking about lights on campus. I just left a meeting this morning. It was from 8 to 9. In fact, I left it early to get here. And the discussion of that is that all of our lights are going to be in compliance with the dark sky. It's right now you can drive by and you won't see that, but in conjunction with the observatory, all of that's changing. We just had a meeting with main campus this morning, going all over that, and so all that will be changed. Also, I'd like to mention that we're meeting next month with the state dark sky committee, and the current dark sky code is being changed, and it'll be for the state. And beyond that and stuff, we're going to work with the county. We've already had one meeting with them, and it's to change to adopt a dark sky code for the county also. So one of our wishes is regardless of the use of that property, is that it comply with current, future dark sky, because that is huge in supporting the observatory project, okay? The observatory project, without dark sky in the community throughout the area and stuff, it'll really impair that. And somebody mentioned 1.5 million, that the observatory itself has gone to 6.5 million, and the whole project up there is 12.5. So it's a huge capital outlay, and dark skies is going to become something you're going to see a lot of, and it's something that's really going to be pressed with the whole state and here in the community to support what we're doing with the observatory. Also on the traffic issue, I live down West Romero, and it's a death-defying event to pull out on West Romero going north every day. And it's that's an issue right there. And I'm going back and forth to campus and to Santa Fe. I've seen multiple times where there's near misses. People are hesitant there. It's not, it's not a good situation. And what one person was saying about on campus about warning people and stuff about that intersection, it's already a real danger that has not been remedied at all, and this will just add to it. And we're concerned for the safety of our staff and our students in regard to that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Rebecca Beachley.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Rebecca Beardsley. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and staff, my family lives at 38 Sebastian Road. Before moving into our home in 2022, we were concerned about the road and water. We reviewed the grants of easement and road maintenance agreement, which states Mr. Felipe Rodriguez, as road manager, is responsible for scheduling and contracting for road maintenance, repairs, and snow removal, and looked at the superseding well share agreement, which states the number of homes on the well was capped at 6, and the well utilities would be paid. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for us to find out that both of these documents are worthless. Upon moving in, we had to haul our trash cans almost a mile to the main road because the companies refused to drive down our road and or over the unsafe bridge on Sebastian Road. A few months later, the well pump went out. We couldn't contact the well manager, who is Mr. Rodriguez, and had to purchase the needed parts and install them ourselves. After more than 24 hours, we finally had water again. Since then, we've started paying the well utilities because they weren't being paid, and another house was added to the well despite the agreement stating that no additional lots or households shall connect to the water well. There are now 7 households instead of 6 on one well, and one of the neighbors doesn't have any water pressure if any of the other neighbors are using their water. A month after the well incident, the snow came and the road became snowy, icy, slushy, and finally a muddy mess that we had to carefully navigate to get home. I asked my neighbor when the road would be plowed. He said it wouldn't be. Although many of the residents had paid our dues, nothing was done to the road the entire winter. In the spring of 2023, we reached out to the road manager to discuss the road and again got no response. So the residents met and determined it would cost about $6,000 to improve the road. The existing neighbors agreed to split the costs and asked the vacant land and unsold homeowners if they would contribute. Others did, Mr. Rodriguez did not. So we proceeded on our own. After the Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Rodriguez did inform me that he didn't keep up the road because not everyone paid the required fees. I'd like you to know that the agreement states that a lien is to be placed against the non-compliant properties. It does not state that all responsibilities should cease. In addition, the RV Park blueprint shows that part of the road we paid to improve isn't even the specified ingress or egress to our properties. It belongs to another landowner. We are now wondering how we will access our homes should the access be denied. We are concerned that we will have to again pay for a decent road to drive on should the request not be approved, and we are concerned that we will have to drive through an RV park to get home if it is. The park hasn't even been approved yet, and we are already hearing that the scope may change, creating issues not even yet addressed. We are concerned that the assurances provided in the RV park plan will end up being like those already in place, empty promises. We fear that things will get worse for those of us on Sebastian Road. If you approve this request, it will set a precedent and more landowners will do the same. The land in question is in our backyards. As you vote today, please vote as if the RV park was going into yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita Montano.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Rita Montano. I live on LaGuardia Road in Rancho Taos, which is within the 1,000 feet of the proposed RV park. I would like to read a letter sent via email from Felipe Rodriguez on August 16th, one day after the planning and zoning decision. To whom it may concern, this open letter to the public and neighbors, with all due respect, I inform you that the permit I requested for my RV park project has been approved by county planning commissioners. People who are against this decision have a period of 30 days to appeal. That's why I want you to decide the future of this property. Since I have the right to divide the property and sell it so that people can build their house or install their mobile homes. Respectfully, Felipe A. Rodriguez. I am representing other residents who live on LaGuardia Road and are also opposed to the development of the proposed RV park. We reject the approval of this special use permit. However, since Mr. Rodriguez has put it on the table as an option, neighbors aren't opposed to single-family residential units on that lot. Homes with a foundation and structural walls, as they are currently zoned for, not mobile homes, which this property is not zoned for. It is unclear why only 4 out of the 9 residents that live on LaGuardia Road received Mr. Rodriguez's email. I took it upon myself to forward the email to the rest of my neighbors, and we are all in agreement. We interpreted it as being very jarring that this letter was sent to us. It does nothing to create a sense of harmony amongst people whose lives his development will affect. My neighbors and I use both County Road 110 and New Mexico 68 on a daily basis. We have firsthand experience as to what traffic throughout that intersection is like. You've already heard many reasons why we are concerned about this RV park being built. I am here to appeal to your sensibility as a governing body who is supposed to be concerned about the health, well-being, and safety of citizens first. We can all see the potential for accidents occurring as RVs attempt to enter the property. As the county commissioners, you have the ability to vote in favor of this appeal and prevent this RV park from being developed. Such a decision could likely prevent one of your own family members, a friend, or a loved one from being the victim of a serious or fatal accident at this site. It doesn't matter whether it's an early morning rush hour during the week or the evening hours as residents return home or golfers visit the country club or hikers walk to the rim trail. This intersection is always busy. This is why I implore you to consider why my safety concerns and those of the other people that have spoken are so important. My adult children, their spouses, and my grandchildren travel from Albuquerque to Taos on a weekly basis throughout the year to visit me. I'm always concerned for their safety at this intersection. I would not want one of your own seriously or fatally injured at this intersection, just as I worry for the safety of my own loved ones. I hope you take all these considerations into account when you vote today on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Next, Kathy Vahila.
I'm going to have a slide.
Do you swear and affirm under oath at penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Catherine J. Vahila.
You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, Kathy, they turned off the projector.
Oh.
No, I turned off your turned it off. Okay. She wanted me to show the slides.
One slide is all I wanted, but anyway, I'm going to read the letter that I wrote to Mr. Rudy Perea on November the 7th. Dear Mr. Perea, please accept this letter as written documentation that I have significant concerns regarding the ingress and egress to Mr. Felipe Rodriguez's property. The subject for SUP 23-000002 RV Park development. My property, including the Vahil family, boundaries tract 39, map 48, survey 2. About the subject property, currently the entrance to Sebastian Road is on our property. But historically, this was a dirt track that has been now expanded and is utilized by residents of the Sebastian Road as their source of ingress and egress. Sebastian Road is a private road belonging to Mr. Felipe Rodriguez. Sebastian Road, CR 110, Ranchos at Taos, New Mexico. We have never approved rights for ingress and egress to Mr. Rodriguez. I have spoken to the county assessors in order to clarify the confusion and this property with the property boundaries. Suffice it to say, this matter will necessitate further investigation. Development of the proposed RV park should be halted until such time as the matter is sufficiently resolved. And what she was going to show is the road is right at the boundary of our property. And so the entrance right into Sebastian Road, and as you guys all that drive highway or County Road 110, you have seen how the traffic just goes right into our property. Even if I know that they're going to move it south, I think is what they said. And it's just going to curve on further looking at the assessments and our property lines. They go from County Road 110 all the way to West Romero Road. That is inheritance property from, my mother-in-law's father, Maximiano Romero. Thank you. I can ask for your consideration to review this RV park and study it more and vote for something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next on the list, Cheryl Hedder. You have 3 minutes.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Cheryl Hedden. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm coming to you in two hats. I am a UNM mathematics instructor, and also I own a home close to the property, although I am outside of the 1,000-foot boundary. And I am one of those instructors who warned my students on the first day of class how dangerous that intersection is. Although we have engineers who say it's safe, those of us who live it every day know otherwise. When you are turning left onto the highway 68 from County Road 110, that blind spot is not insignificant. And if there are any kind of vehicles in the deceleration lane, you cannot see oncoming traffic. Even just last week, I know better, but I was almost hit there. And thankfully, my mother was sitting next to me and yelled, and I slammed on the brakes. So I really encourage you to ask DOT to do a full-fledged traffic study there and really look at the issues. Personally, I would love to see a roundabout there. It would slow traffic down and could continue the flow. But there's got to be some other ways to mitigate how dangerous it is there. The slide that we showed with the sort of impossible physics of having the large RVs turn basically a U-turn into Sebastian Road really spoke to me as a mathematician. And I know that there's been testimony that, emergency vehicles can make it and so forth, but if emergency vehicles are there, all the traffic's going to stop anyway. So a large RV trying to make that narrow turn, missing it, ending up at UNM or wherever trying to make the turn is just not the way it should be. I also, as a UNM STEM instructor, am so excited about the Astronomy Center. And it's going to bring such amazing educational and economic opportunities. So we really cannot do anything that's going to jeopardize our dark skies. And although we have assurances that this RV park will have dark sky lighting, I'm a little nervous because, for example, Keith Randall Warehouse was mentioned several times, and they have 4 huge lights that are shining directly into my bedroom every night. So it doesn't seem like the ability to enforce dark skies is very good right now, and I worry about the RV park and what 25 RVs could possibly create. In Mr. Rodriguez's letter to the nearby neighbors, he mentioned that he might be amenable to building single-family homes. I mean, that would be awesome. And listening to Lisa this morning with Taos Housing Partnerships, maybe there's some connection there that could be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anthony Martinez.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record.
Anthony Martinez, Vista Linda subdivision. Do you tell me when my 3 minutes start?
Start now.
Start now? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm going to read an email I sent to you, every member here, the Board of County Commissioners, on February 23rd of 2023. Dear Board of County Commissioners, my name is Anthony Martinez. I'm a resident living in the Vista Linda subdivision by the golf course unit in Taos area. I'm sending this email to provide feedback of concerns and negative impacts on my family's well-being. For the past several years, I've noticed an increase in development. I first noticed this development because the large parcels I lived by since 2015 with the characteristics of vacant sagebrush and have been raised. This action has caused dirt to blow, causing big dust storms, and in turn impacts air quality and looks very ugly. When the land is disturbed in this manner, it also brings noxious and invasive weeds. More serious, I've noticed changes in my water well. These changes include drastic increase in dirt being sucked up and lost water pressure. My well is showing typical signs of drying up. Last week, my sons could not shower to get ready for school due to this low water pressure. Before these subdivisions were created, we did not have these problems. I reached out to the county planning department, and the staff said that to ask about these developments. They shared these developments were the exception to the Subdivision Act family transfer. With this feedback, I looked into title work of these lands, and from review, it appears few people from whom I'm told that developers are parties creating the development repetitively. Again, I contacted the planning department to ask what is reviewed with these types of subdivisions with emphasis on water supply, noxious invasive weeds, erosion, traffic. They said there is no review of these processes. This indicates a group of developers are misusing an exemption of Subdivision Act, which the assumed intent was for true New Mexican families who are land rich and money poor to give it to their true family members as a piece of land. These developers are land rich and money rich and are only getting richer because they're allowed to promote unregulated development with no responsibilities. These are splitting lands out to non-family members, and it appears there's even examples of land title convenience from the developer deeding property to their own business entities, which is not a human at all. And I'm a former planner who used to regulate these processes that are very technical, contentious, and political. But no matter what that involves, simply you just need to promote public health, safety, and well-being. So I'm paraphrasing that email. Where I want to say how this tie in today is that these uncontrolled development by the misuse of Subdivision Act created subdivisions in this part of Taos County between Vista Linda subdivision, West Romero Road, Cochilla. So by turning a blind eye of these subdivisions, you increase traffic and increase water use. And these things still exist today. When I heard about this project proposal, I was just like, oh man, this is like the straw that broke the camel's back, and that's why I'm here today. I just want to say that I think that this proposed RV park does not fit the neighborhood to which I live in. It will increase the already existing problems of traffic and water use. I see it when I come to work and I'm trying to make the left-hand turn on County Road 110 onto the highway. The bottleneck has increased from the subdivisions that this developer has been able to create, causing these problems as well as the increase of water use. Please vote no on this RV park permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Ken Manning.
Yeah. Better if it's Mr. Chairman, you do want to accept this late submittal? You already did once.
Okay, go ahead and accept.
Again, I mean, anybody that's going to be submitting documents to the commission as it sits, especially if it's a voluminous document, you need to know that they're making a decision now. They're not going to be able to read all the stuff that you're submitting. So if there's something important in those documents, say it in your testimony.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ken Manning. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I think you've heard a lot about traffic. I just want to hit that one more quick time. Nothing on the record from the state, from Public Works, saying a single word about traffic safety. Judge McElroy, in the decision that was mentioned earlier, said testimony, factual testimony from the community can be not just persuasive, but decisive. And they had a traffic engineer. The argument of the applicant was, we had a professional traffic engineer. Listen to him, not the community. Well, there isn't even a traffic study here. So you're going to rely on two documents that don't say one word about traffic safety? I hope not. Okay, let's talk about compatibility. I heard Mr. Abeyta, a thorough professional, Rudy, thorough professional. All of the boxes have been checked. The application is complete. There seems to be a suggestion that if all the boxes are checked, it meets the compatibility standards. That is a total perversion of what the compatibility standards are about. Compatibility standards in both the use and visual impact portion have the phrase, is it in the interest of the neighborhood? It's about neighborhoods. If the compatibility standards are about neighborhood protection, it's that simple. Here, they wanted to talk about a couple of warehouses on the other side of the highway where there is no neighborhood, and then 4 metal buildings around the drum factory. I guess we have a neighborhood of metal buildings. I'm losing what they seem to be suggesting there's any basis for saying they meet the compatibility standards. Interestingly, Mr. Abeyta didn't even suggest that the compatibility standard, because there's no credible basis for that claim. And planning department staff obviously acknowledges the visual impact by saying, okay, plant trees, put up a fence, do whatever. Please give the compatibility standards some meaning, because this does not come close to meeting them. It's about the neighborhood. And it's all on the north and west of 110, nowhere else.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not sure the last name here. SF, is it Hill? Hall.
Please, do you swear and affirm under oath the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do, Mayor.
Please state your name for the record.
Stevens Hall. I'm going to reiterate what Mr. Manning said about checking boxes, but first I want to say that both Ms. Georges and Ms. Dyer are to be complimented for their thorough and factual presentation in support of their argument, asking you to overturn this decision. They demonstrate what it means to be an engaged member of a civic community, what it means to take self-governance seriously. The idea that simply checking all the boxes means that you're done, you're finished, and that you can proceed is absurd. The court decision that was read is little more than a crystallization of the fact that simply checking all the boxes is not sufficient. You can check all the boxes, but if you do that, you still have to meet community standards. You still have to meet what the community expects, and that's your decision. You're acting now as judges, and it seems to me that there is no rational basis for approving this proposal. I have concerns about the fill in that arroyo. The town, again, you're not the town, you're the county, but the town has an ordinance that prohibits filling of arroyos. I think that the county should do the same thing. The arroyos are part of the hydrology of this community. How water gets here, how water passes through the community. Don't fill in the arroyos. Use the arroyos as an organizing principle. Not filling in the arroyos can be an organizing principle for development. You stay away from the arroyos, and then you can get to density. You get to density by avoiding filling in the arroyos. I just think that the decision of the court that was read, portions of the decision that were read are important, that saying that you can check all the boxes, but if you can still make a mistake, you can still be wrong. The idea that licensed engineers, that professionals can't be questioned or shouldn't be questioned is silly at its best. I'm all for expertise and expert knowledge, but the people who spoke against or in favor of overturning this decision let you know clearly that they're not interested in this. This is not what they want. I think you should listen to them. Gracias.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, that concludes the list of people speaking in support of the appeal. Mr. Abeyta, would you like to respond to any of the comments?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, have a couple of comments. The Family Dollar project that's referred to was a whole different project. I was the engineer on it, and yes, it got overturned and denied and went on to district court, and district court upheld the denial. But the big difference there is as you go up Highway 68 Hill, you got the Speedway gas station on the left. There's a center turn lane that cars were not able to jump into that center lane quick enough. Their tail would stay sticking into the interior or inner northbound lane, creating a conflict point. So there was a true safety concern there. This intersection for C110 and 68 meets all the requirements. The next thing to do at that intersection someday would be a traffic signal light when a warrant study justifies that. And that day will end up coming when the rest of the golf course area gets developed and UNM keeps growing. It'll eventually warrant that night, but it doesn't warrant it today. So I keep hearing the concerned neighbors with Family Dollar. Of course, that's hinting to me that they will appeal us to district court. I do want to say that my client has options. You know, there's what's called the no build alternative, which is I'm going to sell the land to who wants to buy it. The other, through claim of exemption, is build 9 or 12 casitas or bring in 9 or 12 single-wide mobile homes. It's his choice. He's going to meet the requirement, whatever path it takes. We just believe that a properly planned 25-space RV park is the highest and best use for the property. Felipe is not going to build 9 casitas right next to the highway for trying to sell to $600,000-800,000. Now, if someone went to him with, well, let's do 12 tiny homes for affordable housing, then that might be something that can be worked a little better. But, you know, the land is not going to remain 5 acres of permanent open sagebrush space for the neighbors to enjoy for the next decade or two. That's not going to happen. It's going to get developed one way or another. I just don't know where it's going. The concern with when someone on C110 is trying to get onto Highway 68 northbound, I almost got hit, Well, they're supposed to wait till the right turn decel lane traffic clears so they can see what's coming southbound. They're not supposed to jump in when there's 2 or 3 cars in the right turn decel lane. That's called taking a risk, and people do it. No, drivers do it. I heard Ms. Montano say, well, we don't want mobile homes. Well, it's not up to her. Felipe can do mobile homes if he wants. It's his property. It's not hers, no? Kathy Beal has a valid concern. There is an encroachment onto her property. Kathy, this project actually takes that encroachment off your property and puts the entire access onto Felipe's property. So that takes away that concern. We are not filling into the Arroyo tributary that drops into La Huera. We are talking about picking it up 2 feet to get it out of a flood zone through an elevation certificate. But obviously, we're not going to fill in any arroyos. Ken Manning, I disagree with your compatibility analysis. We believe that the compatibility standard is met. There's plenty of commercial buildings all up and down the frontage of the state highway. That's about it, Commission members. I just want to restate that this application actually meets all of your land use regulations. You know, to deny it would be like telling the applicant, let's just throw the code out the window. And because we got 9 neighbors that speak against it, of which some of them don't even live within 1,000 feet. Ken Manning lives on the other side of town, 5 miles away. You know, it's like telling an applicant, let's just throw everything away and deny you. And I mean, this application warrants your approval. There's no other option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veta. And we have one person on the list to speak.
Yeah, the person that presented.
In opposition of.
One person to speak on behalf of the appellant.
Oh, yeah.
Is that you?
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual? Please state your name for the record.
Felipe Rodriguez.
Yeah. This isn't the right person.
Oh, you meant.
No, I meant the applicant.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be you.
I didn't have any notes prepared, but I will say that Mr. Abeta said that because the property that I have in that vicinity is too narrow, that my concerns aren't sufficient to warrant this commissioner denying this appeal. I just have to tell Mr. Abeta, I have no intention of ever developing that property. So, but I drive the intersection. And so I think as anybody, and he said that, you know, a lot of people signed this petition and they don't live anywhere nearby. But if they drive from Taos to Santa Fe, if they drive from Santa Fe to Taos to Albuquerque, anybody who uses that intersection has a valid concern. And then he further stated that anybody pulling out of CR of County Road 110, they should know that they can't go until that deceleration lane is clear. My fiance got in an accident in that very intersection. He was driving south. Somebody was pulling out of, or at the stop sign at County Road 110. He remembered thinking, that driver doesn't see me because I am behind this high-profile vehicle. He slowed down considerably. That vehicle, the high-profile vehicle, was fully onto 110, and he said, "Oh, it's clear. They know I'm not. They know I'm coming." And they pulled out in front of him. Fortunately, he had slowed down, and he hit the person in the rear end. Their tire was perpendicular to their car, and it didn't end there. It took months and months of fighting with the insurance and whatnot to settle out this accident. So you can have an accident, and it can happen in the matter of seconds, but it doesn't end there. It continues because you keep on fighting, keep on fighting. And then months later, he's dragging his right leg, and we're like, well, what happened? It was because all of the physical stuff, it doesn't always happen right away. Those things can occur later on. So I don't know. I could rebut. And also let me clarify to Mr. Abeta that NMDOT traffic study, it was for a year. That was 8,753 vehicles in a year. And so we took our counts, and it's easy to extrapolate them. You take your minimum, you take your maximum, you multiply that by 5 days, Monday through Friday, and 52 for 52 weeks, and you come out to 87,000 vehicles. So I just reject it.
Mr. Chairman, there's the rules don't allow this, but I think state law requires an opportunity for each side to cross-examine the other side. This would be an opportune time to do that. So I'd like to ask you, do you have any questions of Mr. Beta? And if you do, you can say what that question is to the chair, and we can determine whether or not it was within the scope of the direct.
Okay.
If you don't, that's fine.
Maybe I'd have to go back and think about any questions that I would have for him, but I think I made statements against against any of the points that he made. So
Okay. Mr. Beta, do you have any questions of the other side?
Yes, I do, Chairman, Commission members. So Rose, one question I have is, you're talking 87,000. Maybe I misunderstood you. Were you talking per week, per day, per year?
Per year.
Okay, so I stand corrected. I thought I had heard her say 80 to 100,000, and I was like, how do you have that many cars in one 24-hour period? So if it's per year, that makes sense, 8,700 times.
Yeah.
So I stand corrected on that.
Yeah, that only doesn't take into account like possibly holidays, Christmas, maybe more, maybe less, and weekends. There's no accounting for weekends.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, it looks like the applicant, not the appellant, but the applicant himself wanted to speak and didn't have an opportunity to do that. Do you want to allow him to make it 3 minutes?
The applicant himself.
Sure. To speak, to deny the appeal.
Right. Now, yeah. We missed you before we're coming back.
Oh, okay.
Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
Yeah.
Please state your name for the record.
Felipe Rodriguez Jr. Okay. So, dear members of the commission, thank you for offering me this opportunity to speak. So, I wanted to speak in regards to, I guess, why this project came about, and to support my dad in developing this project and where he comes about. Well, we saw a need for the community as a whole. Right now, we only have about 4 hotels for the entire Taos municipality that house the people, and we saw an opportunity for a stopgap for people to come in temporary and to open the doors to Taos for people to come and visit and see how pretty Taos is. And an RV park is not a general dollar. It's not going to offer that much traffic, people coming in and out of a family dollar every 5 to 10 minutes. An RV park is people that are retired, we're hoping, come want to visit and see how pretty Taos is. And just as a holder of a DM commercial driver's license, I would consider the safest route to turn an 18-wheeler on that route would be to go all the way to the new National Memorial Cemetery that they have put out there. There's a loop out there that would be the safest bet, and there is also a camp center or a recreational center that you can go. It's a trail for the BLM that also offers itself as a turnaround point. And also, I've heard that the National Guard has been turned over to UNM, and I want to say that I've been hearing that the National Guard is going to be turning into a 18-wheeler training center here for people to get their commercial driver's license. So that's going to be additional 18-wheeler traffic through that stretch of highway. So just want to point that out as well. And just want to bring positives out to light. It's I know it's we want to come and try to meet the neighbors and be the best that we can, put a nice fence or nice landscaping, but ultimately we think it's got a lot more opportunity to the neighborhood and the municipality and our town to offer the doors open to, once again, after the pandemic, to offer itself for people to come and visit us, to come and see how pretty Taos is, and to, once again, bring that beauty to Taos. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, unless there's a question. I think you said that.
Thank you,
Chairman, there's one
Mr.
of the
Rodriguez.
persons who wanted to speak who was not for or against the request, and didn't know where to sign. If you want, you could hear from that one.
Sure, come forward, whoever.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm under oath and penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give is true and factual?
I do.
Please state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Alexandra Goldman. My apologies for not understanding the process. I've been sitting here for a while, so I would have signed in if I knew I had to. So my apologies for that. I work with the Taos Housing Partnership, and what we support, as you heard from Lisa O'Brien earlier, is housing across the spectrum. We believe that RV parks are a piece of solving that puzzle. RV parks provide workforce housing across Taos County for people who are coming in for temporary work, construction workers, people who are between housing, just people in all kinds of needs. I'm sure you all know it's hard to find housing here, and a lot of people I know personally haven't been able to find housing until they were already here and could start making that connection. So RV parks can also provide something for those folks who are looking for a place to get settled. So we do believe that RV parks are a piece of the puzzle. What I've heard also is that if this land is not developed into an RV park, it might be developed into more permanent housing. That's also appealing, though the price point on permanent housing there would probably be a lot higher and serve a higher income demographic than an RV park. That's okay. Like I said, we need housing across the spectrum. I believe that the land could be subdivided into 5 acres, and that without a special use permit, 3 houses could be built on each acre. That could potentially reach a more affordable rate. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do with their land, just sort of thinking through some of the options and where we stand on these things. But I think what we do believe is that we need to be saying yes to more housing. We need to be thinking about the future of this community. A lot of developments are not going to be perfect, unfortunately, but we can't do nothing. We have to be building more housing. We have to be giving people opportunities. And we need to be thinking beyond the single family home. 2 of the biggest crises that we're facing right now, in my opinion, are the climate crisis and the affordability crisis. Building more single family homes doesn't do much to address either of them. Single family homes are less sustainable. They're more expensive. We need to be building more homes that are more sustainable and less expensive. And so I would just encourage us, as we're thinking about these possibilities, to be considering, not holding single family homes up to be the only potential housing form. So again, my apologies for not following the process. It was not my intention. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Alexandria. That was a very neutral statement. Okay. Any other questions? Are we at the point that the commission has the option to affirm the decision of the planning commission, to modify, or to overturn the decision, or?
Make a motion to go into executive session, sir.
Or to go into executive session. We have a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Romero, second by Commissioner Vehil, to go into executive session to further discuss the issue. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero? Yes. Commissioner Vehil? Yes. Commissioner Brush? Yes. Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. And thank you all for your patience.
Right.
We have our clerk. We have everybody back. No.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, just me. Welcome back. We need a motion to come back into open session.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Brush. Second. Second by Commissioner Mascarenhas to come back into open session. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. And we have a report from our attorney out of executive session.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, when we were in executive session, we only discussed those matters referred to in section 16A of the agenda, and no final decisions were made.
Thank you, Mr. Trio. Motion to accept the attorney's report.
Motion to accept the attorney's report.
We have a motion by Commissioner Vehil. Second. Second by Commissioner Mascarenhas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll, please.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. At this time, we do have the floor open for a motion. Do I hear a motion from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to deny the appeal and approve what's that? Excuse me. We're in question in here.
Go ahead. Yes, repeat your motion, please, again.
Deny the appeal and affirm the finance.
Decision.
To affirm.
The planning decision.
Commission. Is that what you were saying? Affirm the decision?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to affirm the decision of the planning commission, second by Commissioner Mascarenhas. Discussion. Is there any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
No.
Commissioner Brush?
No.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Motion is passed. Is there any other issue that, further discussion, or are we continuing with the?
If I may, I would like to state my reason for no. And that is because I believe that there's a safety concern, and there's nothing in the documents that provided any indication that safety was taken into consideration. So I think that's my reason for not approving. I also want to say that I don't think it is compatible with the area. And granted, we all know we need housing. I would hope that Mr. Rodriguez would have considered building some other type of housing that is certainly well needed for the folks that live in Taos.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Any other comments or? No other comments? We'll move on the agenda. Next item is department matters. Number 12A, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the approval of grant funding recommendations from the Taos County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. Ms. Jessica back.
Hello again, Chair Romero, Commissioners. I'm here to present to you for discussion, approval or changes for 8 funding requests as recommended by the Taos County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. One thing I do want to say is that this is the end of the first full year of grant making under our new guidelines, and I would love any feedback that any of you have on how this has gone for you all as commissioners, and if you'd like any further information as we move forward. We will be reviewing, the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board and I will be reviewing how this all went, as well as looking at the data of what we funded in January, and I'll be able to present some of that information. Our next grant making period will be, the applications will open March 1st for funding in FY26. But as it stands, these are the 8 funding recommendations made by the advisory board for your consideration, and I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Stern?
I just have a comment.
Okay.
So I would like to thank Jessica, because I know that Jessica and the Lodgers Tax Board, I know they do a lot of breaking down and actually scoring what's in front of them. So I truly appreciate it. I would just ask in the future, if you could summarize just maybe a little bit of what each is going to do. I mean, sometimes the titles are very obvious, but I think for the sake of the public, and even for myself, and so we know what they're actually going to do and where they've advertised in summary. So we know that it is, if anyone's questioning, well, what do they use it for, then we'll know.
So being that there's 8, I know Jessica can quickly go through the
8. Would you like me to summarize these 8 right now, or is that a request for the future?
I think that would be for the future.
Okay.
Okay. Because I think that would give you enough, I know that you could do it, I have no doubt, but I think that, because I've looked a little bit into it, I think we're good. I just think it's great for the folks to know why they were approved.
Thank you for that feedback, Commissioner. I'll be sure to include that.
And with that being said, it looks like no one else has anything. I will make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Vehil.
I'll second.
Approved. Second by Commissioner Brush. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll, please.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we move to the consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that we need further discussion on? Mr. Jaramillo.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something. And in the agenda, on the consent agenda, you see many transfers, bars, budget adjustments regarding the workers' comp insurance premium. So New Mexico counties, in their wisdom, has increased substantially the amount of workers' comp premium. So when Ms. Rawlson Elliott got the bill, she was trying to properly allocate the funding to each of the respective departments. So she worked hard with New Mexico counties to make sure the allocations were done correctly to each of the departments. In some instances, they weren't done correctly in the past. And so some of those that are now being adjusted. And so this accounts for an example, if I trip and fall and I have a claim against workers' compensation, that's the insurance that it's going to go to. So she's made all these budget adjustments within the respective funds.
Can I ask a question? I know we're getting ready. So do we know how much, I mean, I knew that we were going to have an increase, but do we know what the total increase was from prior year? I'm just curious.
Ms. Rawlson Elliott has that number at the top of her head. And what was the workers' comp premium increase from last year to this year?
Chair, Commissioners, please excuse my tardiness. I was stopped in the hall on the way down. It depends on the department.
No, overall.
Overall?
The whole.
I think it was off the top of my head, about 100,000 maybe. I can get those numbers for you. It was a substantial increase. So we are audited on prior year. So the numbers this year are from the prior year. And from what I understand, there was accident, injury, and then our payroll costs increase, which all take, they take that into account when they are doing their premium audit.
Okay. Are there any further questions? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve agenda as it is.
We have a motion by Commissioner Miguel Romero to approve. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Mascareñas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. And we move to County Manager report and matters. Mr. Armayo.
Yes, thank you, Chair Romero, members of the commission. I'll be brief on, for our detention center, our director, he's working on updating our policies and procedures to reflect the new practices that we've been given through New Mexico counties and updated technologies that that we've implemented within the department. And he's also working on updating our standard operating procedures and also bringing our, working on our physical plant. And so we're changing out locks and doing some building improvements. And like I said, he's working on doing policy updates for us as well. Moving on to the fire and rescue, Chief Cordova is not quite here yet, but Chief Cordova has been awarded Fire Chief of the Year for New Mexico. We'll recognize Chief Cordova at the next meeting. We didn't put him on this agenda just because it would have been on the beginning of the agenda. That would have been, we didn't want to lengthen the agenda today. So we'll recognize him at the next meeting. For the planning department, a legal ad has been placed on the November 14th Taos News calling for submission of names, letters of intent for both the planning commission and the board of adjustment. We've received approximately 3 letters for the planning commission and 2 for the board of adjustment. The deadline is December 15th. They can drop off the letter of interest to the planning department, or they can email it to Rachel Romero at rachel.romero@taoscountynm.gov. I asked Andy to come down here. So what Andy has told me, as of yesterday, we have 36 applications that have submitted for short-term rental permit. And we have approximately another 80 potential applicants who are waiting on rural addressing verification. So it's a little bit slow. So you want to...
So as of this morning, those numbers have been updated a little bit. So we have 40 applications right now, and then there's around 80 or so people waiting on their rural address verification, and that we assume will, as soon as they get that, submit their applications. So kind of a trickle in right there at this point, but it is going relatively well, and actually the slower pace has not been a problem for us. We will probably need to focus more on some direct communication and some more outreach at some point, because it's clear that we're not maybe reaching the entire breadth of the owner operators that are out there. We're working with Granicus. They're reviewing our map and trying to fine tune some of the address verification. So I've already got a letter that will go out to everybody in their system once they're ready for that. And so hopefully we'll at least be able to do that direct communication to anyone who's operating now. As some of you know, I spoke at the Taos County Association of Realtors last week. So the realtors are, they're aware. So as people are buying properties, they should be communicating to those prospective buyers about the ordinance and about the regulations. And that's kind of important word of mouth that we need in order to hit that segment of the population or potential population. Other than that, I think we'll probably be focusing on this compliance component probably for at least a few more months until we get to a position where it seems like the applications have dried up. Maybe they've slowed down to a trickle. And then at that point, once we feel like we've given everybody ample opportunity to come into compliance, then we'll probably start sending out those notices of violation and letting people know, the ones that are not compliant, letting them know that we need them to come into compliance as soon as possible. Yeah. Yes.
The folks that are coming in and going through the process, are those folks, do you know if they are the same folks that maybe were on the Granicus and they just didn't have that application in? Or is it someone new just coming in for the very first time?
It's a mix, I would say. I know that there's been a few applications we've reviewed that have been relatively new owners. But I think for the most part, it's people that have been operating out of compliance until now.
Yeah. And then I'm wondering if those folks aren't coming in, the folks that are not coming in might be that they just know they're not in compliance or they're not going to meet the requirements and maybe need to do a little bit of work. Or I guess we're not going to know until.
I don't get the sense, from what I've seen of the inventory that's out there, I don't get the sense that there's 300 units that aren't in compliance. I think there may be some willful ignorance in some cases, or maybe that's the wrong term. I think there's some hesitancy or some reluctance to comply, maybe because they feel in opposition to the regulations in some way. I don't know that, and nobody has told me that other than one property manager from Upper Red River Valley who said his applicants, or said that many of his property owners are not going to participate because they don't have to. They may just keep the home as a second home and leave it at that. So we may see some of that. I've heard other anecdotal stories of people saying, well, I'm going to convert to long-term rental, which I think is a good.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
It's a good outcome. Yeah. And I haven't heard that so much directly from people. I've heard that from other people, including yourself.
Yeah.
And so we don't really know for sure just yet. But given that so many of these owner operators are out of state, I think they may just not be aware. They may not be reading the Taos News every week, or.
So they need the letter.
They will need the letter. Yeah. A lot of them are aware. A lot of them are really tuned in, and they've done a lot of work to get approved and get their applications in and get their permits. So we really appreciate those people for sure.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you. And thank you, Andy, for all your work on this. The getting the letter to someone wherever they are, whether they're, a couple blocks away or a couple states away, that's what Granicus makes fairly easy for us, right? Like just call up the search and get the letter out to the address on record.
Exactly. Yeah. So since we haven't gone through the process yet, I don't know exactly how easy they make it. So I'm eager to see and hopeful that it's as easy as they make it sound. But I think once we have the addresses, and then there's some properties in the county where the addressing is not good, or the mapping is not good. So it may be difficult to identify some of these properties. I know I came across, some on Granicus where they weren't able to identify it. I was able to go in on some of them and just look at the photos, and then I could kind of get a sense of where it is, like El Rito, for instance, and I could say, it's a pretty distinctive looking building. And then I could kind of narrow it down and I could pull up the parcel information that way and provide that to them. So we may have to do a little bit of that legwork at some point, but we're going to try, hopefully they will identify as many as possible.
Thank you. Let us know how it goes.
Will do.
Andy, I want to thank you for responding to that subject. He called me that morning and he wanted to meet, and I said I was fine to meet with him, but they hired counsel, so I said I can no longer talk.
Oh, okay.
So I called Brent and I gave him your number, so I'm glad you're taking care of that.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, go ahead.
We did receive word from our auditor. He's wrapping up. It's been a little bit of a different audit year than what I've been used to. Our auditor is wrapping up our audit, and we'll have the financials over to Ms. Ralston Elliott to review next week. So she has to sign off on the financials before they become part of the final report. And then, so we're on target to meet the deadline, the statutory deadline for county submission. So he'll get those, get our audit submitted in on time to the Office of the State Auditor. I hadn't updated the commission on this, but our community schools director, we did extend an offer to one person. The person did decline our offer. We have tweaked the job description a little bit. And so we're going to be reposting for the community schools director this week. And in the next commission meeting on December 3rd, we'll be approving a joint powers agreement with the town of Taos, Taos Pueblo, and Picaruiz Pueblo regarding the community schools and how the funding is going to flow in. We're also talking about doing some kind of signing ceremony that first week of December, so I'll keep the commission posted in on that. I don't know if we'll do it the day of the meeting or we'll look at another day that week, but it's something that I'm talking to the advisory group on as well. Native Winds Radio is working with our senior programs department. They are going to have entertainment. For those of you that are around on November 21st, there's the Thanksgiving meal that's going to take place next door. It's the regular fees for that, but Native Winds is bringing in entertainment for that, and they're also working on the holiday party at the end of the year as well with our senior programs department.
Brent, if I could, Mr. Chair, what time is that Thursday Thanksgiving meal at the senior center?
It's noon.
Noon, okay.
Yeah, technically 11:30, you can be there a little earlier till 2. And with that said, there's a few of us, Commissioner Vihil, Chair Romero, and myself, along with the Deputy County Managers, Ms. Ralston Elliott and Ms. Harris, will be attending the budget conference. I believe the assessor is also attending as well. So we'll be at the budget conference beginning tomorrow afternoon. And March 10th has been the date given to us by the legislature to host Taos County Day. So we will be planning that. So please put that down on your calendars. We'll put it down on your calendar as well. And then on December 6th, we're doing the holiday tree lighting. And that will be at 6 p.m. on December 6th. One of the other things that we're doing, and I haven't checked with our friends with the Jewish faith this year, we're also having a menorah also at the plaza as well. So I'm not sure what day with that lighting's going to start on, but we're being a little more broader this year and so the week before, if there's any volunteers to help decorating the plaza, please let Anissa know as well. And because Hanukkah starts actually on December 25th. So I'll work with our friends of the Jewish faith on that. And Anissa is going to also give us an update on the communications in this room.
And just so you know, Chair, if I may, Brent, Anissa already has a promise from all of us to be there. To decorate, to light the.
Oh, yeah, you guys are scheduled for December 12th.
Oh, December 12th, okay.
Yes, it's a Thursday that you wanted to do.
Yeah, I thought it was the 6th, but it's.
We all live in Taos.
You have a car, you have a
You
truck.
live in Taos.
You can be there. It's for you and your families to light up. So the work that we're going to have on this room will be starting December, the second week in December. So we will not have any meetings or anything in here. They're going to take out our bridge, and that's the main problem of our everything. So we won't be having anything in here, and hopefully that'll fix it. And then we'll be tweaking some other stuff that we found out that we need to rewire a lot of stuff. So Sharp is coming in with their technical people from Arizona. So hopefully everything will be taken care of then. And we'll get our monitors back and we can post online again.
That would be awesome. And Mr. Chair, and he said, do we expect that? I know we don't know until the work starts, but our next meeting in December is the 17th. Do we think that we'll be in here?
Well, we're hoping that we will be trained on it enough.
Okay.
Because it's a new system. It's not, so me and Rosa are gonna have to relearn, our ABCs, and that sometimes scary.
Okay.
For me, so.
Totally.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to bear with us. So if things go out, it's gonna be like me standing up like a gopher again and telling you, hey, it's not working, so.
Okay, thank you.
But that's the second week in December, so. And don't forget about the tree lighting.
What time?
6 o'clock. And we're gonna have, the Santa's gonna be there. We're gonna have pictures that they can take with Santa. We're also having the round table is gonna be doing hot chocolate and cookies that we're gonna pass out. We also have in the works car club lighting thingy that's gonna go through it. And I'm trying to get a hold of people to we're also working with Native Winds Radio to have somebody there also. And our tree this year is donated. So we just have to figure out how to stabilize it. But it's a learning experience for Taos County, so bear with us.
Thank you.
12th at what time?
The 12th at what time?
6.
6 a.m.
Early in the day.
At 5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
That's all time you really good.
No, that's just.
So I stand for any questions.
Questions go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
So the legislative conference, are we going to be, someone's going to be signing this all up? We
Yeah,
don't need to take care of all that?
actually, there's forms for you and Commissioner Brush already.
January 20th.
And then we're not sure of anybody else, but Renelle wasn't able to catch you now after that executive session, so she has the forms ready for that. And then if your form is ready also to go to Washington DC, if anybody else wants to go to Washington DC, please let Renelle know, and she'll get the necessary form filled out.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for the manager?
He's here for executive.
Okay, got it.
So Chief Cordova, I did announce that you were awarded Fire Chief of the Year, and then we'd recognize you at the next commission meeting. He was trying to hide under the radar, but he lets the newspaper know about it.
Just know the expectations just went up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jaramillo. So we move on. We do have 3 more items for executive session. It's B, C, and D. Do I have to read each one of those, Mr. Trujillo, or can we just say?
Just refer to the
Refer,
agenda.
We need a motion to go to executive session to deal with the items B, C, and D on executive session.
Section 16.
We have a motion by Commissioner Romero.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Brush. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes, okay, we'll be in executive session.
So Chris is.
What?
I think you can't take that to Chris.
Yeah, we're not ready to sign this one yet. This is resolution 2024-4.
Yes.
So the vote was to authorize the chair to sign when it was complete. So that's
Okay, so it was only to sign when it was done.
yeah, they voted to authorize the chair to sign.
Thank you.
I just didn't want to sign it. Larry, coming up?
Come with me.
You're my star.
Stop using her
The old boys network.
name. Sure did. Not surprising.
Yeah, no, I'm like.
Let's
go.
Yeah, you bet. Do y'all live down there?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Actually, I'm going to school.
Oh, okay. You're kind of near. Oh, yeah, okay, nice.
We know how dangerous that intersection is.
Yeah.
And our favorite minister, he mentioned that how the cars are speeding.
Thanks for helping me.
No problem.
Rose gave it pretty detailed.
Paul.
Well, we didn't have a way to do it. You know, we were trying.
Yeah, put it in the drink. Trying to avoid it.
I like picture. Can you catch you?
Speed is big, big deal. We didn't have a way to prove it.
That turkey.
I know.
I haven't been writing about this earlier. The reporter's been writing about it.
Yeah.
But that covers the county, so it's here for
So
this
you
final.
heard the final thing.
Yeah, although they went into an executive session, I needed a phone charger.
No,
Food. Spike last
Well, we
week.
did too, because I came in 9 o'clock
Oh,
this
you were
morning.
here.
I was here the
Okay.
whole day. Yeah, and we needed to get a bite to eat, but it's okay. I mean, it's not unexpected. I had a little bit of hope. They would put conditions on it. It's no. And only the two women.
What's your name?
Roberta Chambers, and I do live close by.
Yeah.
And I am very affected by it. They are too, but I'm gonna have everyone turning around in my driveway. That's what will happen. They already do. They do it already.
Miss the entrance.
Yeah.
Turn around.
Yeah, and where will they turn? My driveway.
Because
Because I'm right across the street from the Armory building. And people do it every day, all day long.
Yeah. No, I doubt process. Lawsuit, is that like in the realm of possibilities, you guys?
Have no idea.
I think we probably should have had it.
Yeah.
Has 32,000 on the glamping thing, which I don't want to do.
Oh, wow.
That's what the legal fees were. They've got 32,000.
Did you get that back from the decision? Is that part of it? No, it's not that half case.
They just went down the street and did something else.
Just you sit home alone or have to do something.
Exactly.
You can't take it with you. You can't leave it for the kids. He's just that way, you know. So I know, I met him. Takes me everywhere. Everywhere nice too.
Maybe that's our nice writing articles too.
So we're gonna have Thanksgiving at Doc Martens. Oh, nice.
Well, the heat bearer is one of the highlights of this whole county. This paper is the best. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I really think.
Next year for it.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe we have it, but the quality is
Thanks.
unbelievable.
Yeah, well,
Oh my God.
everything's in a good way. Some of it, I guess.
This hasn't been a good year falling our way.
Well, there's a couple things.
National elections.
Oh, yeah.
What, tell me a couple, just so we know. Tell me what it is.
I'm not getting into it.
There's 30 days, then you'd have to file legally to go to court. And that's what you have to. So
This is probably it. Well, truly, I feel so sorry for those people.
Okay, we need a motion to come back into open session. Motion by Commissioner Romero. Second by, it was a tie, Commissioner Brush. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil? Yes. Commissioner Brush? Yes. Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes, and we'll go to the attorney's report. Mr. Trujillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We went into closed session to discuss three matters in items 16B, C, and D. With regard to item B, which was a discussion and consideration regarding potential claims arising out of the Taos County Planning Department related to 6 Artista Road. Only that matter was discussed during closed session and no final decision was made.
Okay, do we have a motion to accept attorney's report?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mascareñas, second by Commissioner Romero. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil? Yes. Commissioner Brush? Yes. Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. And we move to B on the.
Mr. Chair, with regard to matter 16C in the agenda, which was a discussion and consideration regarding potential claims arising out of the Taos County Planning Department related to 20 Mule Deer Road, only those matters discussed in the motion were discussed in executive session and no final decision was made.
Okay, do we have a motion on this is the, which one?
It's on C.
Mule Deer Road.
Do we have a motion to accept the attorney's report?
Oh, I thought we did.
So moved.
Okay. The completed motion report. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil? Yes. Commissioner Brush? Yes. Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair
Yes.
Romero?
Okay. Now we move to B, decision regarding potential claims arising out of the Taos County Planning Department related to 6 Artesia Road. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
Well, I think, yeah.
We already did that.
Oh, we did.
You were in D.
Okay, so we're on D, decision regarding AFSMCE Local 1193, fire rescue schedule change. This matter may be discussed, okay.
With regard to matter 16D in the agenda, only those matters referred to in the agenda were discussed in executive decision and no final decision was made.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Mascareñas, second by Commissioner Romero. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero? Commissioner Vehil? Yes. Commissioner Brush? Yes. Vice Chair Mascareñas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Go to E, discussion, consideration, decision regarding resolution 2024-52.
Oh, shoot. I thought I did that. Didn't I do that one?
No,
I did or didn't? No?
no, I don't think you did. No.
No, I didn't. I did D. Asked me 11, the chair read it. I'll do it, right?
Yeah.
I did D. Yeah, I did D.
You did them all.
I did them all.
Open session.
Okay.
Okay, that's the part I was thinking we hadn't done, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on this one. Okay. On,
So I believe we have enough to go on with,
Did we make a motion, go back and, we already did.
yeah, so we're right here on open session.
Okay.
Open session, we just, yeah.
So,
So we were in closed and.
Okay, so
Now we're back to open session.
Oh, we didn't reach a final decision with regard to this matter in D.
Okay, so.
Right, we didn't make it, we didn't, that's where you were, wasn't you? Yeah, okay. So this is a decision regarding the potential claims related to 6 Artista Road. So I need a motion from somebody to go forward with a motion to approve pursuing this property and get it cleaned up.
I move to approve that you go forward.
That's good.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Beal, second by Commissioner Romero. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Okay. And
Mr. Chair, with regard to item 17C, we need the same motion with regard to authorizing the county attorney to pursue enforcement action against the property at 20 Mule Deer Road.
okay, we need a motion.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move we authorize the county attorney to go ahead with the enforcement of cleanup on 20 Mule Deer Road.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Rush, second by Commissioner Romero. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Okay.
Well,
We got out of order here. D, okay?
Did you?
Okay, it's the third one now. Okay, so we're on D, is that?
Yeah, we're on D.
Okay. This decision regarding AFSCME Local 1193 Fire Rescue Schedule Change.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the AFSCME Local 1193 Fire Rescue Schedule Change.
Second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Brush, second by Commissioner Mascarenhas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Okay. Okay, we're on E, discussion consideration decision regarding approval of memorandum of understanding between Taos County and AFSCME Local 1193.
We're on E. E.
Yeah.
We're on.
But you read F, so you need to go back.
Oh, okay, I'll go back. E is getting punchy. Discussion, consideration, decision regarding resolution 2024-52, approving and implementing the FLSA 20% exception pertaining to those employees who provide fire protection services as a primary function of their position and amending the Taos County personnel policy.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Mascarenhas, second by Commissioner Romero to approve. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero? Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Okay. We didn't get through F. Okay, F is discussion, consideration, decision regarding the Board of County Commissioners approval of memorandum of understanding between Taos County and AFSCME Local 1193 for all bargaining unit employees.
I move we approve, I'm sorry. As read.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mascarenhas. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Okay, I think we're at adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Commissioner Mascarenhas, second by Commissioner Brush. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Romero?
Yep.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Commissioner Brush?
I guess.
Vice Chair Mascarenhas?
Yes.
Chair Romero?
Yes. Okay, thank you. We made it through. Little punchy at the end.
I know.